How about now? Okay. All right. What's up, guys? I guess this mic isn't working. I'm gonna use the other one. Hey, how is everyone doing? What's up? I had a really good day, so I thought I would stream a little bit, draw a little bit tonight. Um, yeah, yeah. It's no, sounds good now. Excellent. I'm ready to do some drawing. I was thinking about a way to so the reason I want to do something today is because I was like thinking about a way to really quickly do grass or leaves in Photoshop in without uh with line art. So let me explain myself. Let me explain myself. So usually when you're doing line art, you would do I guess you would just draw a leaf and a leaf, and you would like let's say I'm drawing a tree, right? So say I have a really big tree, or not really, like something like that. So I would have a leaf and a branch and a leaf and a branch. That you get the idea. Okay, and then I would have a layer underneath, which I will paint and fill it with green. That right. So it's a pretty tedious process. Pretty tedious process to do this, especially if you're doing it for your if you're doing it for like every leaf and you're trying to make it clean and yeah, the shot requires you to do every single leaf. I thought about a way that I could do it. Maybe that might save me a little bit of time. So yeah. So what I do is I open up the layer, I give it like a stroke effect here, and then uh paint it like I would just normally, and it auto fills it in for me. So I can erase and I can paint more if I want. I can paint that, that. I was thinking of a way to do this, and I guess this applies to things that are really granular, like cables. Like if you're doing like lots of cables and stuff like that, this would be a pretty good way to do it. So I was just thinking about this at work all day. I was like, I wonder if there's a faster way to do it. So this is the method that I sort of like arrived at. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one or the first person who's thought of this, but the issue here, now the problem here is that the line art, it's computer generated, so it's pretty dead. Like, uh, where can I buy the yellow sketchbook? You'll never find it. I even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to get it. Uh, okay, so the issue here is that the line art is pretty dead. It's just a two pixels all the way around because it's like a computer generated stroke. So I was thinking about a way to do uh to make it look less dead. So I don't know if it's gonna work. So I'm gonna try it out now, and if it does work, we'll use it. We'll use this in whatever I'm gonna draw today. Okay, so apply effects is the thing to do. Is there a way that I can rasterize layer style? Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna make it. Let's see. I'm gonna turn this black. Turn it black. I'm gonna click on this, create an outline. Turn off the stroke of the black that. I'm thinking about it. Let's see. Create image path. Create work path. Create work path. It's a shame that you can't see my menus because for some reason OBS doesn't really play well with super well uh with Photoshop. For some reason it just works kind of weird. So that's a shame. Hello, how are you? I'm doing fine. People ask this often about how old are you? I'm in my 20s. Photoshop create work path from, from selection. Okay, so let's see. So I have this thing here. I'm gonna right click this, make new, make path, define custom path, stroke path, selection under. I'm trying to use a new search engine that's called Ecosia, but it's just never as good as Google. Like I can't, like I'm trying to switch away from Google just because I don't know, Google's kind of weird and stuff. I'm trying to use Ecosia and or like an alternative search engine, and it's just never as good as Google, really. Like ah. Paths panel, click and create new one, make work path. Ah, okay, we got it. Okay, so I'm gonna make a work path. Let's set the tolerance to like 1 pixel, and then let's see if I stroke the path now. Stimulate pressure. Make my brush like maybe this big, this big. Maybe I'll use a nicer brush. Maybe something like a drawing sketchy brush like that. Okay. Okay, I was looking at tutorials online to do this. And then let's see if I stroke this path. Simulate pressure. Maybe don't simulate pressure, huh? It does look better. It does look better, but I wonder if it's any faster than this. Anyways, it's a really cool way. It's a really quick way to do. I think it's not a bad way to quickly just get in some like your line art. If you're doing like lots of like really small stuff, like the cables, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty neat. And then you can just rasterize this. You can make this multiply on top, and then you can shade it in. Super fast, super quick. I don't know. I need to do some more, but like this is nice, right? Look at this like line art effect here. It's nice. I think if you fiddle with it a bit more, you can get something really cool out of it. But yeah, I just want to try it out. But there's nothing to do with today's stream. I'm just messing around, and I like experimenting with techniques, and same stuff. Because sometimes you can get really cool results. Anyways, today, I'm gonna do some line art stuff. So I wanna do what am I drawing today? Okay, great question. I'm gonna do some line art stuff because I saw the new PV for Mushoku Tensei and it looks so cool. I want to do something like that. So it's gonna be really like clean line art. Alright, so let's get going. Let's do this. Okay. I'm gonna pop chat out and I'm gonna keep chat over here so I can see you guys. No. Okay, so I was thinking of a few different compositions. It's mostly mech related. And I am excited to draw them. So it's gonna be a really big dinner today. Being a bit sluggish. Also, because gyms are closed, I can't actually go out and exercise. I could go for a run, but running is so boring. If you guys, I don't know, running is just the one of the most boring sports out there. To me personally, I just don't like it. Like I don't see the appeal of like. I mean, if you're playing like soccer and stuff like that, it's fine. Like to me, it's like the most boring form of exercise. Okay, you know what? Let's not get hung up on details. Let's just quickly get. Again, I'm gonna draw some characters. You know what? I'm gonna draw characters today. So, but running is just about the only exercise I can do now. With like, Singapore is kind of going into semi-lockdown again just because of like, life, and so yeah. Now that we can't leave the house too much, it's gonna be tough to sort of stay in shape. I'm drawing Mexican. I keep okay. You know what? Let's do a quick, really quick composition. Let's do shapes. Okay, let's just draw shapes, and then we will have a composition from that. Because this ain't helping. I'm gonna do top down shot. Maybe that. It'd be really great if I could figure out what I want to draw before coming on stream. I should have done that maybe, because then but now you get to see me. It's very apt for the title of my stream, today's stream, because you get to see me struggle a lot. Try sipping can stream, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. I know what you can do. You can do something chill, really chill. Some lo-fi. Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay, I'm going to. think I'm painting a scene. Yeah. Right. This smaller. You know what? Let's not think about perspective just yet. Let's just oh, you know what? It could be like a motorcycle. So it's her kind of like a pretty cool bike. Looks like that. Like a speeder. Okay, that's not bad. I like this idea, but the composition is rather lacking. So now that we have an initial idea that is not too bad, I can make thumbnails. Thumbnails are always good. You can never go wrong with thumbnails. So it's nice. Okay, it's fine. Really indecisive. Comes to what I want. Maybe it's just a simple. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna go for it. I am just gonna go for it. You know why? Because I'm just, it's such a bad habit. I could not be bothered. Let's just go. Let's just go. Let's just go, guys. Let's just go. Alright, I'm gonna turn this. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's just do this. I'm gonna put in a perspective layer, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it. Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna click, make a path here. I'm gonna make, let's see, maybe here. Yes. I'm gonna make a perspective grid. Make it red. Gonna make another one here. Oh, this is an interesting perspective. I expected it to be more top down, but this is okay too. All right, okay, that's my grid. Okay, and we're just gonna draw. We're just gonna keep going. Let me save this. This is really important to save. I keep forgetting. I'm gonna save this now. Then we're gonna draw. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. There. Okay, that's fine. Just gonna draw. Just gonna draw. We're just gonna draw. Draw girl here. You know what? I'm not even gonna bother with this underdrawing. I'm just gonna go because why draw underneath when you can always draw I sure hope this works out, by the way, because I have no plans. Okay, so ear has to be here. Loose, go fast, but we can go. I think I drew a little too big, but it's fine. Yeah, I am. Oh, hurt my shoulder the other day climbing. I think I sprained it or like twisted it. So it's like for like the last, let's see, 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago, I was in a whole lot of pain because I couldn't even lift it up or even shifting it hurt. It's weird. This is a really, it was like a really unlucky injury. I'm basically out for the next, I want to say, month and a half at least. So I gotta do rehab. I gotta do all these like resistance band exercises. Uh, yeah, it's just rough, man. I've been thinking about how I draw humans lately. Like I've been like thinking about switching to not not switching completely, but like trying to adopt a bit more like anime style, um, characters. Cause I don't know, I just lately I've been really uh interested in just like uh, anime style drawings, like the manga style, and I don't know what it is because like for the longest time I was never ever super interested in drawing like the anime style, or like rather I was sort of like I didn't think very highly of the anime style because I was like, yeah, you know what, um it's for I just kind of assumed that like you didn't need that much skill to draw like a anime style person or just anime style in general. Lately, I've been reading a lot of manga and like it's been so, and I've been noticing that there are certain quirks to, or like there are certain mangas out there who like the artists are really sensitive to anatomy. Like mangas like Blue Lock. Blue Lock is really good. Blue Lock is good. Blue Lock the Yokose Ballroom is really good for like if you just want to look at manga artists who are really good at anatomy. Because like you would just assume that anime drawings are just like, you draw the head like some with a really sharp chin, and then you got the fucking eyes, right? And then like you got the non-existent nose, and then you have the mouth, and then it's like a girl, so she has like bangs, and she's like a 1,000-year-old lolly, she's 1,000-year-old demon, but she also looks like a 9-year-old girl. And then you have the beard body, and they always draw the collarbone, right? And then voila. But it's really not that. I was like, sure, there are manga artists out there who are like that, but like as far as anatomy goes, I feel like there are Yokose Ballroom is one of them. Uh, one of the mangas out there. Like if you really want to find out, like look at examples of mangas who that style, which but it's like really skilled at anatomy. You should see that it's like to me it's like a very purist anatomy style. Like he or she, I don't know the gender of the artist, but they're so good at portraying the nuances of the human anatomy that it's to me it's like when I see it, I immediately know, okay, this person knows his stuff. Like they know their stuff. It's like you immediately take one look at the curves and the way they draw the human body, and like the nuances in the muscles and the pose and the center of gravity and the weight, and it's like immediately apparent, and you go, okay, like this person knows the human body really well, and like more importantly knows how to draw the human body really well. So yeah, I've been like thinking about adopting some stuff from like just that kind of style. To me, it's really attractive. Like it's been really attractive lately, more and more so. Just looking at like something very stylized like anime or manga, and then but still having that deep fundamental knowledge that is required to draw a good human being, basically, or like just draw anything really. So cool. I've been really into that lately. Also, because of this, I've been restudying the book that I showed in one of my previous videos, which is the let me see. The Katsuya Terada book that is so good and so yeah, there's just so much good stuff in here. Like I took the notes actually from like just studying and stuff like that. If you want to see that, just go to one of my art book video. But yeah, there's just so much stuff in here that's manga style, yes, but it's really apparent that obviously Katsuya Terada is really knowledgeable about anatomy and muscle and pose and um, yeah, proportion and all this. Yep. So I've been looking at this book a lot lately. It's just good study material to just come back and re reanalyze your own style. Okay. So having said that, I think this pose is a little bit too. You know what? Why don't we make it like a sci-fi pizza armor? Sci-fi, it's a Predator's work goes beyond stereotypical manga style. Yeah, it's true, but he's still a manga artist. I don't. Here's the thing. There isn't really a step. How do I put this? The more I look at manga style art, I realize because like the latest video I did, I was like looking at a lot of manga stuff, especially at Manga Max. There isn't really a specific style that is like because like everybody draws different. I know it's weird because like you look at something and you can immediately tell it's like either Japanese or like manga style, but there's so much nuance to the techniques that everyone is using that like if you look closely, like you can tell nobody's there's like there's no standard style basically. Very interesting. I've just been looking at a lot of what is she doing with her hands? I'll go figure it out later. Like the problems, like everyone comes up with a totally different solution to a certain problem. I've been looking at that, like that's I guess what's super interesting about taking a deeper look at like manga art. Because also you have to keep in mind that they work really fast. Like, hold on. Hello. So apparently I had something on with my friends tonight, and I completely forgot about it because I was so like excited about streaming. So just give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna give them a call, and I'm gonna apologize to them, and then I'll be right, right back. Fucking hell. Hello, I'm back. Okay, yeah, that's settled. I gotta. Ah, okay, well, okay, let's get back to work. I can't believe I forgot about it. Oh no, this is so bad. Oh, okay, so To put things into context, I have like a weekly movie club with my friends. So every week we like, watch a movie and then we talk about it. We pick a movie, watch it, and then we'll talk about it. Like so, this is a weekly thing. It's been going on for about 2 years. It's I think we're on like our 90th movie or something like that. So uh, so it's supposed to be this week, but because of lockdown and everything, I completely lost my sense of time. I did not realize that today was Wednesday, which is usually when it happens. I lost my sense of time completely. I haven't even watched the movie this week's movie. So yeah, I messed up. Oh no. So I pushed it back to tomorrow. But it's not so bad because everyone is in lockdown now. So like the nobody's doing anything anyways. It's not like anyone's going out. But still, oh, that's so fucked up. Okay. Streaming grind? Nah, I don't even stream that regularly. Today was just like a spur of the moment thing. And I was like, oh, you know what? It's a good day to stream. I'm having a good day. I wonder why. I completely forgot until I got a call from my friend. I was like, yo, where are you? I was like, what do you mean, where? He goes, yeah, today's Wednesday. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oof. I wonder if I can move her higher up here and then adjust it. But I won't. I still can't believe it. I can't believe this. Tuesday, it's Wednesday. Drawing this just makes me realize I know nothing about bikes and bike seats. Also, speaking of which, I need a third perspective that goes like that. Maybe that's a bit too extreme. Let's see. She's like that. Maybe that. Which movie though? It's called Eight and a Half. I don't know anything about the movie. We try to go into it spoiler free, so I don't know. I don't know what it's about. And if you say anything, I'm banning you. But yeah, I'm supposed to watch a movie called Eight and a Half today. Well, I was supposed to watch it over the weekend, or like so that I could actually be ready for the call or be ready for a movie club. But oh no! All right. Great, let's do the bike now. This is the fun part, right? I took you to. I wonder if I want something that's like more sci-fi, like a hover bike, or I guess something a little bit more. I mean, like a real bike with wheels. The question is whether I want wheels or not. Classically, who chooses the media? We take turns choosing each week. So for my week, I chose a movie called Apprentice. It's a Singaporean movie from 2016. It's really good actually. Like I'm really surprised at the quality of movies. The movie that come, like I wasn't expecting it to be this good, being a Singaporean movie because Singaporean media is usually kind of bleh. But but this was really good. Like good, not just for a Singaporean movie, but just good in general. Like super good. Can I do a Kaneda style bike? Nah, too cliche. Maybe just like a sports bike, like a road bike or something. Be fine. I think we'll just do that. I'm just drawing stuff according to the grid really right now, because hopefully it turns out okay. I kind of want to design it a bit more. I guess we can do something a little more sci-fi. Not sure. Still undecided on the wheels. Like I don't know if I want wheels on the bike. Maybe some sort of speeder. Oh, I still feel really bad, but not super bad because I'm having fun streaming. This is way too fun. See, think about the planes of our thing. Time for the manga video is beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't like designing thumbnails for the video. Like, I honestly never put a lot of effort. It's because like I feel like there's a very specific uh design sense that you have to have. Have you read any of the Percy Jackson books? All of them. So I feel like there's a very specific design sense that you have to have in order to design thumbnails for YouTube. And what I mean is that you have to design a good thumbnail for YouTube, you have to be really obnoxious. Like you have to really hate life in order to design thumbnails with the and the big yellow text, or like, and you gotta have some sort of facial reaction, like something like that, and then the big yellow text and like some outlines, and there's a bam 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 that just says click on me, let's make it super colorful. And it's just like I hate it. I hate it. And then there's the total opposite of uh art YouTube, like where it's like really soft and like really like calming, very like I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you what I mean. Know how to design a thumbnail for YouTube art videos? You get a you get your thing, okay? You get let's just get a screenshot from the vid. Let's just get a screenshot. So let me just find a screenshot that I have saved up from somewhere. Let's see. I have a screenshot of me here. Okay, just do that, and then you do this. Okay, make it big. Okay, so that's your video thumbnail, and then what you do is you fade it out. You fade it so it looks fucking faded like that. Like that. And you make it like pink or blue, or even this is fine. You can make it like a little more purple, a little more soft, like that. And you use Times New Roman for whatever reason, and you make it really, and you say something like, oh, happy blonde day, or no, watercolor, happy watercolor Ghibli day. Okay, and you make it white. And you make it white. You make it so fucking small that nobody can see it. You put it in the center. You put it right in the middle. That's an art YouTube vid. That's an art YouTube thumbnail right there. Oh, I don't like doing it, but it has to be done. What design course did you choose? I chose graphic design. I did graphic design for my first 3 years, and then for the last year, it was just like it's just a general design course. They don't separate you into in my school they don't separate you into specific disciplines for the last one, because it's like you're gonna learn everything, like everything matters, like so like, and plus like you're like you don't know what the fuck you want, you so just come here and learn the basic stuff of design, and then it'll be useful regardless of what you do later in life. So that's kind of the way my school does it, where it's like your first year you do everything, then your second and third year you specialize in something, and for me it was like uh, graphic design, and then your last year you go back into doing like a general design course. So technically graphic design, but not really. So yeah, I did not learn how to draw like this in school. Like school didn't teach me how to draw like this. Um, I did. I learned how to. I taught myself how to draw this way, basically. Studying graphic design in London, nice. London's really nice. I really miss London. I went to a school in Preston of all places, which is honestly only famous for their football club. I call it the Preston because there really is nothing to do there. But it's fun. I missed it. I really missed being in the UK. So short period of time, but it was really fun. I have also it's really close to Manchester, but Manchester is just as like I wouldn't say really close. It's like an hour by train away from Manchester to Manchester. Which is just as depressing, really. Manchester's fucking depressing. Okay, let's get all the big shapes out of the way first before I start going drawing the I think it should have some sort of, yeah, let's do a wheel. Let's just give it a wheel way. So the bottom line is somewhere, I want to say the center line of this bike here. So that's why I see my head. I'm trying to align it to the floor, which is somewhere here. So this bike, let's say it's kind of like here, here, and here. So that the wheel is going to be somewhere around here. So that's like what I'm seeing in my head when I'm drawing. Try to picture this line that goes straight down the center of the bike. And then everything is built around it. So assuming I'm going to draw a wheel, it's going to be somewhere here like that. Like, I'm really bad at drawing ellipses, especially in perspective. So we'll rely on Photoshop to help fix my mistakes. Okay, so this is the wheel, like that. Okay. Nope. 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 Yes. That's the wheel. Okay. So center line of the bike is somewhere here because the wheel is like that. It's gonna go down this way. And I wonder if I should make it like even a longer bike. Yeah. Here. I think that'd be cool, eh? Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's make it really long, like that kind of bike. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna move this. Okay, so I can move this around the perspective grid because the perspective of this thing isn't super severe. So I can actually just shift it around and still be relatively okay. I just have to rotate here and just skew some parts. But if you have like a really severe perspective, like if your angle is really wide, your lens, then you might not be able to do this. So yeah, just keep that in mind, because then if you want to move something, you gotta move the grid together with it. So you have to move it like that, and then you have to draw more grids here. But yeah, just something that I thought you guys should know when it comes to drawing stuff on grid and perspective and whatnot. Why don't you upload your live streams? I do upload my live streams. It's just that they're unlisted. You just have to find it in the playlist section of my channel. So they're available to watch. It's just not on the main like videos page. You just have to go to playlist, and then in the playlist there's like a playlist for live streams, and that's where I keep all of them. So yeah, I just don't want to flood the main feed with like all these streams. I want to keep them for like videos, like proper videos. So that's why. Like bike, yeah, I guess so. How do you deal with your existential crises? I cope with by making really dark jokes about life. Do this, not here. Also, I cry. Sometimes I do. Crying helps a lot. Way more than you would think. Okay, so this plate here. Okay, that got. That. Yeah, that's nice. That's the video you made that you're most proud of. I don't know. I like all of them equally. That's such a stupid answer, but I have no idea. I do like the Ghibli video. The most recent ones. The Ghibli video is the ones that that is my favorite. Um, I I try not to feel that way about my videos, because like here's the thing, like you make a video and you think it's gonna do well because you're gonna be like, yes, this is my best video that I've made. out of all the videos I've made, or like out of the past year, and then it doesn't do well. And you're like, why? Like this is clearly the best. Like this, what are you guys talking about? Like why don't you guys like my video? It's like the worst. And then you just like what you like sometimes, and sometimes you just do whatever. You're just like, fuck it. We just gotta do a video this week. Fuck it. I'm just gonna bang one out. Bang one out, and you like put zero thought into it. Well, not zero thought, but like you're just doing it because you have to quickly get a video out, and then it does like super well. I don't. And you see all the mistakes, and you're just like, wow, fuck it. You know what? I don't care. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just quickly do this out. Like mistakes be damned. And it does super well, and you're like, wait a second. That makes no sense. It's like I spent like a week writing the script for this video, and like another week brainstorming and like shooting and doing research for this video. And then here I am in 3 hours of an afternoon of a Saturday afternoon. I quickly shoot this video. I bang one out. I quickly edit it, just put it together, and like and everyone likes it. It's like the best video that's in the last year. I don't understand. Basically, I don't understand YouTube. I don't try to understand YouTube. I just do it, and if people like it, they like it. So I try not to make sense of it all. I try not to make sense of it. So I try not to feel that way about my videos. Basically, I try not to feel like, oh, this is a good video, this is a bad video. To me, it's like, this is a video. You did a video, you made a video, well done, next one. Like, on to the next one. It's weird. Like, fucking YouTube, man, it's so weird. Like, I don't understand how people, like, I don't understand the algorithm. I don't understand people in general. Like, I don't get what they like or what they don't like. I know what I like, but like there's never a correlation. There's never a very strong correlation. Videos in which I think do really well never do well, or tend not to, and videos that I think are gonna bomb do super well. So I guess the only logical explanation is that I'm wrong, and I should just make videos that I think are bad, but that doesn't make sense either. Hey, I just joined. Do you generally not do under drawings or pre-sketches? Yes, no, not usually. Wait, let me think about it. I do, but not when I'm feeling lazy. So when I'm feeling lazy, or it's just like a sketch, I guess, then I don't. Mac stuff has been a bonus. Yeah, Mac is pretty good. Personally, How to Fall Back in Love with Art was one of my favorites. Which one is that again? I don't remember. Uh, um, what is that? What is that video? Yeah, see, I sometimes these videos, I just. Oh, it's the one that I made after like I'm disappearing for a month. Yes, yes, I like that video too. I like that video too because it's very personal, and like I had fun. I had fun doing it. I had fun, sort of writing it and all that. So that was really good. I like this video. Would you ever make merch? I'm so down to buy your art. Um, no, but I'm working on something. I mean, not merch, but I'm working on something. It's a project that I'm excited about, and I will let you guys know when it does come out, or I will, slowly give you bits of information as things progress. But yes, I am very, very excited about. Oh, but if speaking of merch, you do want merch, but it's not really something that I did some stuff for Valve. If you're a fan of Dota, you can go to the Valve store. You can go to the Valve store and you can search for my name, Ken Yap, Kennyap, And you will, I mean, yeah, I do have merch on there that's like Mac related. So yes, that's something. I did some stuff for Cartoon Network as well. I don't know if it's still up. Well, technically, it's not my merch, but I made merch. Uh, Cartoon Network merch store. Let's see. Ah, no, it's not there anymore. Okay, I did some merch for cartoon series called Over the Garden Wall. That's a long time ago though, so I'm not surprised that it's like it doesn't exist anymore. Like I mean, I guess they just took it down. But yeah, I did some merch for them. Some other stuff. I want to say 5 years, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever that show came out. It's fun. It's fun being a part of that. Yeah, let's make it a little bit wider. This view, like wider like that. I think it looks better this way. Um, I the ellipse is kind of messed up. No, please work. Oh, okay. Nope, nope, nope. Hmm. Yeah, okay. I see you zooming in once more and you're finished. Ah, fine. I gotta zoom in, man. I gotta. That's what keeps me going. This ellipse is like all out of whack, but it's fine. Whatever. You know what? Let's just soldier on. I'm gonna leave this for later, I guess. Same with this one. That's messed up. Okay. Let's see here. Erase this. That. 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 Fine. Fine. We'll just do that. I think this one should be a bit rounder like that. But who's to say? Who knows anymore? Okay. I need this to be a okay. All right, that's fine. Whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna keep moving on. We can fix this later if you like it. But if not, let's keep going. You know, let's just keep going. Like a really white tire in front. Let's see. Maybe I need another one here. Let's just keep adding more stuff before we fix existing things, so that you know we have a better idea of what needs fixing later on. Okay, that's good. Okay, so what's the back part of the view? I think I want a cover for the top fender. I think I should draw a fender. Ah, you know what? I spent so much time messing around with the view arches, and I'm gonna put a fender on it anyway. So, oh bless you. I'm gonna put a fender on it anyways. So, did you guys hear that? That was really, that was a really loud sneeze. Yeah, I spent so much time drawing all this stuff, and it's gonna get erased anyways. Okay. Yeah, like that. Like that. Ain't it funny? See, that's why you don't fix stuff until you add more things in, because you just like me, I just wasted like what, something like 20 minutes trying to fix this, and now it's gone. Oh well, you live and you learn. C'est la vie, mon ami. Je ne sais quoi. Pas français? Oui, mais oui. Let's see, something like a that. Oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah. It's a bike. It's the front of the bike at least. So this view goes here and it goes on these lines. There are too many of them. I'm getting really dizzy just looking at it. So it's here. So the wheel is somewhere down here like that. Here. Okay, I'm gonna do it on a separate layer because I know I'm gonna mess this up. I'm gonna erase it a ton and I'm gonna transform it, and I don't want it to be so. Maybe here, maybe here. Oops. It's really helpful if you map out your boxes, your ellipses with a box, so that you can sort of see the perspective a little bit better. Just because like ellipses, you can sort of tell the perspective from ellipse, so this is kind of following it, whereas this isn't. But if you're like me and you suck at drawing ellipses, you can always draw a box like that, and then sort of draw it inside. See, I can't even do that properly. So that's, and then you just get rid of the box, right? The box is your guide, and then you just get rid of that, and you have a ellipse that is in perspective. Voila. So that's it's like one of the fundamentals of drawing in perspective, using you to sort of help you out with your ellipses. Very underrated, by the way. But yeah, I mean, eventually, if you get better, then you don't need that. I want this wheelbase to be a bit shorter because I think it's a little too long right now. I think the wheel hangs out the back a little too much. So I'm just gonna do that. Okay. Oh, le français. Oui. Je ne comprends pas français. Ah, la pluie. I probably asked this, but what did you start? First, digital or traditional Traditional, I guess. I guess that's how everyone starts as a kid, right? Just draw on paper. No. Oh, you know what? No, let's not do that. That's digital and that's cheating. The digital art is cheating. There's a way to do this that saves me a lot of pain. Uh, and that is by using the transform tool to go like that. So if I can turn it in a bit. So the best way to do is just actually just draw like a regular circle. Just draw like a nope, 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 nope. Uh, un croissant, por favor. Boulangerie. No, I'm done. Okay, and then you just use a circle and you just map it here to the in perspective. But that's digital art and that's cheating. You're not doing real art. Sacre bleu. So you could do that and you would have like a nice circle. Why is the fun in that? That doesn't look. See, this is messed up and I like it when it's messed up. Why is the back part of the bike cut off? Because I did not plan ahead. Also, I want to draw more stuff. No, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is the dog in the burning room. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. I'm just gonna leave it a little bit messed up now, because who knows what I'm gonna do to it? Who knows what's gonna change? I'll leave it as is. Now, later, we will fix what needs to be fixed. Okay, cool. Oui. Magnifique, c'est magnifique. Oh, golazo. Oh la. Oh la 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 la. I watch a lot of French football commentary. Is tracing a 3D model considered cheating only if you are tracing over someone else's model, I guess? If you're doing your own models, then I guess it's fine. I use 3D model all the time to do my own stuff. I do that all the time, honestly. Just like model something and then just draw over it, or use like what you call it, like a line art render style, like a shader to make it look like it's drawn. So I guess not, unless it's a render that's not yours and you're claiming it as your own, then that's just straight up plagiarism in it. I think this needs to go in a little bit more, because it's like kind of, this needs to go in a little bit more. Severe. So it looks like it's in perspective. Yep, it's better. Okay. People like Kim Jong-gi who do this shit intuitively in one go is super impressive. Yeah, it really is. It really, really is. They are gods amongst men. Mere mortals like me cannot comprehend. Also, I feel like it's a lot easier to do it in traditional just because you have a lot more control over your thing. You're like a pencil and your strokes. Although if you have like a Cintiq type pen tablet, you know, the touchscreen kind, you might have an easier time doing stuff like this. It's because you can get the exact angle of the line you want. Like even now, after so many years of using this type of tablet, I still can't really get the lines in an angle that I want. I think it's just not super. I think it's just not very suited to that kind. But if you're just doing digital painting or like production work, uh, then you don't really need to. I think it's okay to mess up. It really helps if you just think about like what you're doing and just go really, 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 really slow, like slower than you think. Like, okay, so if you really want to just try that out, try what's that? Like if you thank you for your videos, thanks to them, I actually got to have an idea of how to actually learn and maybe make a living from this. Excellent. Thank you for the five. Is that euros? Is that a euro? Is that a pound? Thank you for the five monies. Appreciate it. I appreciate it very much, and I'm glad you find them helpful. So, anyways, back to my original point. If you want to learn how to do that and just draw in one go, the best advice I can give you is to go really slow, like super slow, slower than you think you need to be. Because like I think especially when you're younger and you're just starting out, or even not even that, like it's just subconsciously you're trying to rush it, but don't try to rush it. Draw really slow, like what you think is slow, do that, but like 10 times slower than that. What's your day job? I am also an artist. I'm an art director type thing. Okay, the title is creative executive, but I have no idea what that actually means. I'm just a designer. Okay, so um okay, to go really slow, you go 10 times as slow as you need to be. So slow is smooth and smooth is fast. But you need to be smooth first, and in order to be smooth, you need to be slow. So in between this, I'm not, and I don't mean draw slow like in slow motion. I don't mean that. Like you can draw these strokes fast, it's fine. But in between each line, I want you to really, really, really think about where these lines are going. Like how, like think and be really, really clear about what's going on in your drawing, and just wait, just wait and think about it first. Like think and take like 10 times the amount of time that you usually need. So let's think about it, right? Okay, think about what's in front and what's behind each other. Think about how things connect to each other. Think about where they are in space. Think about the design of something. So you don't want to draw something here and then you go, oh, actually, you know what? There was something on top of it. Let me just erase that. Which is fine if you're doing in digital and you're just like messing around like I am. But if you're gonna draw like Kim Jong-gi, and like I guess you're gonna save yourself ultimately a lot more time in the future if you just develop this ability to do that. So think of it as like training, Use a pen. You can use a pencil, but just don't erase, right? Use a pen and just think about it. So I haven't done a single thing yet, and I'm gonna picture this thing in my head. I'm gonna picture, okay, where is this thing going? What's the overall shape? What components do I have? What's on top? What do I have to draw first? So the first thing I want to draw, okay. Now I go, all right, let's see. I'm gonna draw the foot pedals. So it's like that, 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 that. Okay. That, okay. So that's the pedal. Okay, fine. Let's see. Do this. I'm gonna give it indentations because it's gonna make it a little bit easier to step on. It's not slippery. Okay, so that's done. Now so I drew it tilted a little bit because the body goes like that, right? When you ride a bike or something. Okay. Now that I think about it, it should be this way. See, I fucked up. Anyways, we're just gonna keep going with this, okay? So let's see. because the seat is over here. Okay, and I forgot to draw the handlebars also. So let's just think about it slowly. Okay, where does this go? It goes maybe to like some sort of pedal or some sort of clutch, right? So you can go draw like that. Okay, and then just think, think about it, and just take your time. Just really take your time. Go really slow, like super slow. So way slower than you would think you need. I'm just gonna fix this pedal because I wasn't. Yeah, that's kind of my bad, eh? So thinking about the person's posture when she's riding this bike, it doesn't seem to add up in my head. Okay, fine, like that. And then you think about it in space. Forgot. Thanks to for PureRef, super helpful. Yeah, PureRef is great. Support the developers. Pay them if you need. Like I gave them like I paid for it because like such a good piece of software. Did you take A-level art or go to art school? I went to art school for graphic design after my O-levels. Taking A-level art is kind of boring. Scoring high has nothing to do with actual art ability. True, but you're also drawing lots, which is good. Okay, so back to this thing. All right. Go like that, here. So that's one of the front plates. Then what? Just go really slow. So this is the speed in which I usually draw if I'm like trying to really figure something out, like if I'm designing, because there's no point in just like throwing stuff on and then seeing what sticks and you go like actually no. And so you're kind of noodling, and while noodling is okay because like fucking 10 p.m. and like after long days of work you just want to have fun and sit down and draw. That's fine, it's okay to noodle, but you don't want to get in the habit of noodling while when you actually have to get stuff done. So just sit there and think about it first. Just do it once or twice and just do it properly. And then if you get good enough, you're gonna be like Kim Jong-gi and you're gonna be able to just do it in one go. So this is the speed at which I draw as well. Like I'm not super fast at drawing. So this is the speed I usually draw at. Alexander House, thanks for the $2. Is the A in front? Does it stand for Australian dollars? Well, in any case, thanks for the 2 monies. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's think about it. I want this housing to go down this way, and I want to sort of flare out a little bit. That right, and then it goes down. Yeah. So there's a small gap in between this and that, which is what I like. So that's what I'm thinking about. That's what I was thinking about. Thinking about where this goes, where this goes. So you spend more time thinking than you actually are drawing. If you make a mistake in the stroke, it's fine, but just make sure that everything, like you know what you want before you put it down. Like you're like sure. It's like, okay, this is gonna go here, this is gonna go here. Like maybe I mess up an ellipse, it's fine, like no one's perfect. You can't just like can't expect you to draw like a perfect circle every time, right? So like if you mess up a line, it's okay. Like if the line isn't straight or it doesn't go where you want it to go, maybe you wanted to draw this way, but your hand just ends up going this way. That's okay. But like make sure that you know that you want the line to go this way. Just be very careful. I like being careful. Oh, it's a dollary do. Oh, cool as. Cool as. I'm so sorry. Go Maroons. I love Australia. Australian people are so chill. Are you a student or have a job? I have a job. I have too many jobs, in fact. I wish I could. I don't want to work. I want to be a student. I want to go back to school. Then I can do whatever I want. I have no idea if this like real bike exhausts are actually like this. I'm just gonna, act like it is. So see, I stopped. So I was thinking, like the reason I took so long to think about this because I was thinking like, okay, so this goes in here, right, and then it goes up here. So there's bound to be something here. So I stopped here. I stopped here. I was like, okay, I'm gonna draw something here that connects, and then it goes down this way. So the only reason I know to do that is because I thought about it. And the only reason I thought about it is because I took my time. So you see how important it is to just take your time and just go like, oh, go really, really slow. Do you play video games? Yes, sometimes I do, but lately it's been really hard because I just finding the time between this, the YouTube channel and work and everything else, and like the secret project that I've been uh working on, it's just been a lot of work. So not really. I've been playing let's see, games that I play. Teamfight Tactics, I always like. Teamfight Tactics is always really fun. Uh, let's see. What other games have I been playing? Apex Legends. I usually play Apex Legends in the office with like my colleagues because they're like kind of nuts for that game. It's fun. It's fun. I like it. But I think to me it's only fun if you play with friends. I've been playing Apex Legends. I've been playing the let's see. Yeah, I guess those are the only two games that I'm still in the middle of my playthrough of The Last of Us 2, which is really great. Like really really I'm enjoying it. I'm taking my time. I think I'm halfway through. I don't know how far along I am. So yeah, I never had a chance to because I didn't have a PlayStation 4. Like I got a PlayStation 3, and then after that I just started. Um, Basically I didn't. Yeah. So I just brought home a console from work, and then and thought it was funny time to play it, Because it's honestly been it's long overdue. I really like the first game. Like the first Last of Us is like life changing. So yeah, yeah. Those are the games I've been playing. Love Terraria. Oh yeah, Terraria is really fun. I haven't played it in like 3 years. Played when it first came out. But yeah, it's also one of the games where like I feel like it's a social game. It's really hard because like you need friends. Caught up with Demon's Destruction. Why does that sound so familiar? Is that like a Japanese name? Oh, okay. No, I am not caught up yet. It's been a long time since I read it. I read it on the first like I read I read it. Let's see. I want to say uh last month. Like this whole month, I've been really busy with project. So I think I've read up to the first like 30-ish chapters. So no, I'm not caught up. Think about Art in Hollow Knight. It's great. I like it. So I always like it when games have like a really unique art style. Like lately, I've just been like not super into like triple A games, just because like they're really boring, eh? Like the gameplay. Like don't get me wrong, they look really pretty, but I just haven't like I don't know. I'm just not feeling it basically. Like another one that I think is really cool as far as like art style, and you know it's just a really cool game in general is what's the game called? Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium was fucking fun and looks so cool. Like the illustrations of all like the different like um afflictions and skills and what I don't know what you want to call them attributes. Like super cool. Really great voice acting too. The amount of voice acting in that game is insane. Like it's so crazy. I played a little bit of League of Legends too, like the last few days, just cause like MSI is here and like I'm hyped. I'm like super hyped for it. So like I I was like, ah shit, I feel like playing League of Legends again. I played a couple of games. It's fun. Like I still enjoy the game. Like I still enjoy the game, but it's just so bad to play it just because I know I'm wasting so much time. Like it's just not a good way to spend my time. Basically, there's so many things to be done. Like if I started playing League of Legends again, I would never have time for anything else. Like I would nothing would get done. So yeah. Anyways, do you see how slow I'm actually drawing this? Like, like I'm going really slow. I'm taking my time in between everything, and I'm just like thinking about it in between. Like, oh, I forgot to erase this while I was talking. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, so I'm really taking my time to think about what I want and like where things go, and just take it slow. You know, like there's no need to rush. Like, what rank were you in league? I was high diamond, I think, at one point. I think I maxed out at about like diamond one, like close to masters, but I never made it into masters. You gotta try Papa Pain. I want to, but I have no time. Next game after Last of Us is definitely probably be Persona, but that's also like a real time sync. So um, also Cyberpunk. I had never got around to finishing Cyberpunk. I just saw Lost Steam. Uh, um, just just playing the game. I played up to the last mission. So the last mission's there, but I just haven't gotten around to finishing the game. Like I just had so much fun just walking around, looking at stuff. Like the game is really beautiful, but just never really like. I was not super invested in the game. Just cool. I was like, it's just nice to look at. Oh, I can't believe I forgot about this part, which is the, the leg, the back assembly. Totally forgot about that. So we're just gonna have to do that. Yeah, I don't know bikes well enough. Like I'll usually play just like I don't know when I play single player games like The Last of Us or something like that. I feel like I have to invest a lot of time. Like I don't feel I have to invest a lot of time to play the game. Like to sit down and just sit there for like I want to say that's not even true. Like I want to say I want to sit down for like an entire day, like a night, just sit down and play it because like you need sort of the momentum to get into the game. Whereas like if you play Apex with a bunch of friends, it's just like hey, hop in, hop out, shoot some guys, you die. All right, that was great, guys. See you. Thanks for tonight. That's it, right? So like, I guess it's just a totally different type of game where it's like easier to just do. Like it's just much easier to just like there's no barrier to entry or like I don't have to invest a lot of time into it. But like here's the thing with League of Legends, it's kind of the same where it's like yeah the game is 25 minutes, sure, but then I want more games, and then I want another one, and then I win. And I'm like yes, this is a win streak. I can't stop now, and then I lose, and I'm like well that's no way to end it. You can't end on a loss. And then I play and I want more and I want more and then at some point I'm not even having fun. I'm just playing the game. So it's bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. I think we're gonna finish up the bike and then I'm gonna go on to the rest of the scene. So let's quickly to the bike and then move on. Although I'm having a lot of fun with this part here. It's like this whole tech part, like the engine part and all the pipes. So much fun. And I get to draw like a coil, a spring coil thing for like the suspension of the seat. Oh, yes, I live for this. Nice. Yeah, I've always noticed that the seats tend to have like some sort of like thing behind, or like the rear wheels have like a suspension system here, just because obviously, um, you want the ride to be comfortable and everything. So yeah, it's really cool. Like I've never really paid too much attention to motorbikes, to be honest. Like I really like cars and I like tanks and I like all this. I've never really been a motorbike person. I don't know why. I've just never gotten into them. They all kind of seem to look the same to me. Because like I guess this is how non-car people feel. Because I look at a car and I go, oh, yes, that's a '97 Civic. It's like, oh, that's an EK Civic. And you're like, what? What's so different about that? It's fucking Honda. It's like, no, 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 you don't understand. You don't understand, my friend. That is a classic right there. It's like, oh, like what? What do you mean? It's like it's like they all look the same to me. That's how I feel with cars. But I've never felt that way about a motorbike. Because like some people look at me and go like they'll look at a bike and they'll say and they'll go like, oh, that's like a C200 or like that's like a Kawasaki Ninja. It's like they all look the same. There's two models. The ones that go really fast and you lie down and it goes and you bend and then the knee almost touches the ground when you turn. And then there's like the regular ones. So there's two types of bikes in my head. And so yeah, that's just the way I see bikes. I don't know why. I honestly really it just feels like a a like a blank spot in my head. Like I have this like this is my brain. Okay, I'm gonna this is my brain. Okay. In reality it's a lot smaller than that. Brain. I got a tiny brain, I got a tiny little brain. But we'll zoom out. We'll zoom in for illustration purposes. These are all Macs. I'm thinking about Macs. Okay. This is the Mac reference pool. Or is it called a room? So in my brain, I have all these little parts. This part, it's for cars. This one is for tanks. Jets or planes, helicopters. I have, let's say, construction equipment. So, right, construction equipment. Let's see what else. I have mechanical parts. So, like joints and hinges. Then I have like all these industrial stuff. And then there's this like black spot here. There's this black little whirlpool that's just empty. It's just like, what? Like it's like a black hole that just sucks everything and there's no info coming out of it. You know what that is? You know what category that is? You got that right. It's fucking motorcycles. I cannot draw a motorcycle for the life of me. And I don't know how it works, and I don't know anything about motorcycles. I don't know why I've never bothered feeling like I need to fill this void. I've never bothered going about like fucking trying to fill this up. Like what, why don't you do anything about this? I don't know. Yeah, it feels like a really big like soft weak spot in my knowledge. But yeah. Hi, just aren't tanks also cars? Yeah, technically. I mean they're wheeled, but you know they have like treads and the way the configuration of the engine is different and what yeah. They're not cars. Just going wondering what tablet you use brand. It's a Wacom Intuos Pro they don't make that anymore. Like they don't make it anymore. It's really old. I'll show you whatever. It's one of these. Yeah, they don't make this model anymore. They call it the something or other. It used to be called the Intuos Pro. I got this in 2012. I got this in 2013. It's 8 years old at this point. Oh my god. I'm getting old. This thing is 8 years old. What the? Yeah, I got this in 2013 as a gift for my parents for going to art school. They're like, hey, I got you one of these. I've never changed it. It's really good. Like it hasn't malfunctioned or the buttons still work. Although like I don't use the buttons at all. But they still work and like the pen is the same pen that I've been using too. I haven't gotten a replacement. Everything works and like I still use the same cable. It's 8 years old. My god. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Ooh. I'm a little bit no. 2014. 7 years is still a really long time to have this. Yeah, wow, shit. I'm really now that I think about it, it's kind of crazy. It's a medium one, so it's not too big, it's not too small. Small ones. Okay, so just a word of warning to any of you who are looking to buy a tablet. It's fine if you listen. This is really important, by the way. It's fine if you just want to try it out and you know, like I'm not sure if I really like digital drawing. You know, I'm going to I want to try it out. I want to try a digital drawing. Like say you're in middle school or high school or whatever. Or no, it doesn't matter. Like if you just want to try it out, you can get a small one, like the baby ones, like the beginner ones. That's okay. You can do that. But if you want to go pro, like you want to be a professional artist, you have to draw digitally. Like there's no buts, ifs, whens, or buts. You have to draw digitally. So you're gonna have to get a tablet. Get the big one. Get like something bigger than the small. get a medium or a large, because drawing on a small tablet will really fuck up your wrist and your hands. Like, this is like, I'm being serious. You have to like listen to this, because you're drawing. If you're going to go pro, then you might as well just get like a. You're going to eventually upgrade to like a bigger one anyways, because the small one is never. Eventually, it's not going to be good enough. So you're gonna have to upgrade to a bigger one anyways. Just get the big one right out the gate, and save your own wrist, because if you're doing like small movements on a really small, like let's say it's this big, right? Like a tablet is normally this big. You're gonna draw like that, and you're gonna make so many minute movements. You're not drawing with your arm, you're drawing with your wrists. And when you do that, you're gonna mess up your wrist really bad, because you're gonna be drawing a lot. If you're looking to like get good and go pro, you're gonna be drawing like 8 hours a day, at least at the beginning. So protect yourself, and if you're really serious about it, just skip the small one and get this medium. Just get the bigger one, because, well, let me tell you, man, I've been using the small one for I used the small one for about 5 years, and during that 5 year period, I like really grinded like a madman, because that's what you gotta do. It's just, so I'm talking like 16-hour days of drawing, not straight, but like, in between showers, like I between I did nothing but sleep and draw. So I showered, I ate, I draw, I showered, I ate, I draw, and slept. So it was like basically like 12-hour days of just like 16 hours of being awake, and most of that dedicated to drawing. So it's that on like a tiny little like bamboo, like the baby tablet. Yeah, and like I still have wrist problems to this day on my right wrist. It's like it sprains really easily. It's really weak. Basically sometimes I get cramps if I press down too hard. So the reason I don't, so you'll notice that I don't use pen pressure. Like pen pressure is completely off. So I control my opacity with like this thing up here. So I control it with like arrow keys, because pressing down on like on anything, basically putting pressure on it, is really hard on my wrist. Basically, it's really hard on my wrist. Like, it actually hurts. And I guess if you do it for long periods of time, and without stretching, it's really bad for you. It's like it's not really carpal tunnel, but it's like onset carpal tunnel, or like it's close to being carpal tunnel. If like I mess up even a little bit more, it's gonna like devolve into carpal tunnel. So I don't even draw with like, so this is like the style I've adopted, because it's just a lot easier on my wrist. If I want to just make it a little bit more opaque, I'll press some arrow keys, and I'll adjust it manually with like the buttons. So I don't actually press down on like my pen. Like, I'm just, maybe that's why it lasts so long, because I don't press down on it. So I'm just holding it, I'm just touching the surface, and I'm drawing. I'm not actually pressing down. I'm not putting any pressure on it, or whatever. So because like if I'm doing this 18 hours a day, it's gonna get really tiring, and it's gonna hurt a lot. Do you think pros will be able to get away with drawing painting only? Feel like 3D is required everywhere and gives the impression that it's going to be the only thing people use. Yes, I want to say no. Like, the idealistic part of me wants to say no. Like, if you're gonna be good, it doesn't matter what you use. That's what I want to say, or that's what I wish I could say. But I'm a realist, and like that part of me is like, yeah, you gotta learn 3D. 3D is the way to go, especially if you want to work in film or video games. You kind of have to do it. If you want to work in animation as a concept artist, you might be able to get away with doing just painting and drawing only. But you have to be really good, first of all, but that's kind of a given. Because I thing is, it doesn't matter what you use. Like, it really doesn't matter what kind of software you use, what kind of methods, what kind of techniques you use, because at the end of the day, what matters is the final product. And like, just because you draw and paint only, it doesn't mean your final product is going to be better than someone who uses 3D. And someone who uses 3D is going to be a lot faster than you when it comes to painting and drawing. That's just a fact. 3D is a lot faster. You can get stuff out a lot quicker. You can do iterations. Like, if I want to do this thing here, And the director says, okay, you know what? Instead of having the camera be here, I want the camera to be here. I want it to look here. So I want to see her back, and I want to see this side, the right side of the the motorbike. What then? Are you're gonna have to redraw everything from. But like if you're doing it in like 3D, I think my connection just went down a little bit. That's why I paused. But like, if you're doing it in 3D, then you can just turn the camera on, and then you can like touch it up a little bit in Photoshop, and then you're done. So yeah, you're gonna have to learn 3D. I think there's no getting around it. Like people who are using 3D are gonna be a lot better than you, a lot faster than you. Well, I want to say a lot better, but a lot faster than you, and just as good as you, which is that kind of sucks, because that's just the way it is. And 3D is fun. There's no reason to avoid it or see it as like the opposite of drawing. Drawing and painting does help a lot when it comes to doing 3D, because you're still designing, you're still honing your design sense, you're still understanding form and everything. So it's not like drawing is going to go away anytime soon. It's just that you have to have 3D on top of that. Like you have to have 3D skills on top of being able to draw and paint. Just to make you a more complete designer. That's just the way it is. It's not a bad thing either. I don't think it's like, change isn't bad. It's just change. So yeah, I use a lot of 3D, like a lot of 3D, to the point where I would say, in my commercial work, it's like 85% 3D. It's all 3D, because you have to lay out sets, you have to lay out stuff, you have to do all these, you have to do iterations, and like you just don't have the time to draw and paint and like do like a pretty line drawing every single time. Like this is why I do this, because I do it for fun, that's why I have sketchbooks, because like basically I still like to draw, but it's just like you don't have time. Thank you for the detailed answer. You're very welcome. Drawing Blender is great. Yeah, drawing Blender is cool. Also, I just recently got a VR headset for work, because I'm working on a project, and I've been trying out stuff like Gravity Sketch, or what's the drawing one by Google? Tilt Brush. Yeah, Tilt Brush, that's the one. And it's really, really, really fun. Like it's really cool. So also another thing is that sometimes not always, your assets can be useful to a 3D modeler. So say I'm working in VFX or a game company, and I am tasked to do a model for a concept for, let's say, a level or even a character. I can model this stuff, then I can. So the way it works is you do the concept, art for it, and then it gets approved, and you do the whole design process, and it gets approved. Once it's approved, it goes on to the 3D modeler, and the 3D modeler's job is to, of course, model it in 3D and bring it into the game and make it like a real character, and then the animator animates it, the rigger rigs it, the animator animates it, and it becomes a thing, like an asset in the game. So the 3D modeler's job essentially is to turn your 2D concept art into a 3D thing, like a 3D model. So if you only have a 2D drawing, then the 3D modeler has to build it from scratch, essentially. But if you're already doing a concept in 3D, you can just hand him the file, and you will save him a lot of work. So not necessarily that he's going to use your model. In fact, I've never had because the way I work is they're so different from like a production way. It's not like the right way to model stuff, because there's things like H flow and poly count and blah 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 blah. So I've never had like a 3D model which I've given over to the real 3D artist, and he says like, yeah, this is good. I can just like tweak this a little bit, and I can fix the geometry, and then we can put this straight into the game. That's never happened. They've always built it from scratch, anyways. But what they can do is use it as proportion reference, or like size reference. So I can take your broken 3D model, which you know you've haphazardly put together for your 2D concept, and then they can start to build their own 3D model next to yours. So it's side by side, so they can compare. It's like it's about the right size, as opposed to looking at a drawing and going, I think this is the right size. Going measuring. You have a 3D model. They have it right there in front of them. They can just build it from scratch, properly, and then yeah. So that's like the way 3D models work in like game dev, or not even game dev, like VFX and game dev. My goal one day is to have a 3D model that I can hand over to a 3D artist, and he's like, "Oh, sick! Like this is like done properly. Now all I have to do is fix the geometry and fix the you know UV and everything, and then I can just and it's game ready." Like I wish I want to get to that level where like a 3D artist, I just want 3D artists to acknowledge me basically, because I uh I'm just so desperate for affection. There are movies you've worked on? Yes, there are. I don't know if I can talk about any of them. There are some movies that came out, but they're in China, so they're Chinese movies, and I don't know their names because they're in Chinese. But yeah. Hello, how are you? I'm good. Thank you for asking. Today's a really good day. Got a VR set, but my laptop has no digital output. No, that sucks. Also, yeah, VR is really heavy on the computer. I just dropped out of school because I feel like I learn faster online and have more time to start working on my own art projects. That's fair. Like I think that's good. So as long as you do, you know what you want to do. Hi, I'm a 3D artist. Hello, I am not one. All right, let's get back to. Let's turn this off and let's take a look. It's good. I think it's a good spot. I need to add in handles. I think I want to do it here because that's pretty slick, eh? I think it's pretty cool. So I want to add in the handles here. So they go like 80. Yeah, the first time I did 3D modeling, and I was like, yes, I'm finally help of use to my 3D artist. Like I'm like, yes, I can finally help him out. You know, he's like he has so much work, he's got such a hard time, and like I want to help him. Uh so I was like such a like a child basically. So I showed him, I was like, hey man, like look, I did this 3D model like for my concept. He's like, oh shit, that's great, like you're learning 3D. It's like cool. Because like he was like teaching me some stuff along the way as well. So I was like, I got to show it to him. Like, yeah, dude, I did it. Like, you know, you can use this, right? Like, you can use this for your model, right? It's like, I can pass it to you. I can hand it to you. It's like, yeah, sure. It's like he's like super encouraging. It's like, yeah, so you're gonna use this, right? Like, you're gonna just like, you know, I was like, I didn't really get the edge flow right. So all you need to do is just fix the you know, the geometry, and then like we're good to go, right? Like, about that. Yeah, we're gonna build it from scratch anyways, because you know, that's just your model. It's not, you know, there's like a bunch of things like, you know, there's like, yeah, the geometry, yes, I have to fix it, but it's not as easy as it looks, you know. Like it's a lot faster to just build it from scratch. But I'll use it as size reference, you know, that's good, that's good. It's good that you're learning 3D. I was so heartbroken. I was like, oh, but I thought I could help you. It's like, yeah, no. This is great. This is great. Like it's size reference. I can use it as a reference. Like it's a lot better than just a drawing. Like, oh, so it's just like better reference? Like, yeah, it's better reference. Oh, oh, okay. Still, you sure you still want it, right? It's, yeah. How often do you practice? Am I practicing now? I guess every day. I draw every day, so that counts as practice. Then yeah, I every day. I don't know what to do with this part. I can cut it out so I can expose some machinery. But then I realized I know nothing about motorcycles. So I don't know what to put here specifically. I guess it could be a carburetor or some sort of intake, right? I guess a lot of bikes have that, and like a fuel pump. But again, like I no idea where any of these go. That's fine. I think the bike is done. Oh, this part here needs to be filled in. Yeah, cool. Let's do like proper threads. Oh, I really dislike doing this. It's so tedious. Couldn't get it right. Center line right. Swing it. Okay, as long as it looks okay, it's fine with me. Cool. All right. Let's see. I think this is okay. It looks fine. There are certain perspective issues because the ellipse is not perfect. Because I'm just not good at drawing ellipses. I'm sorry, but yeah. So that's that. Oh, I want to draw like a center console here. A gauge system, like a gauge cluster here. That. Okay, yeah, cool. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, which one are you? I am Chinese. If you could real quick, can you have me set a grid line? I use how to set up the grid line. I think okay, so I have a plugin called Perspective Tools. So that's what I use. It's this one right here. It's called Perspective Tools. So it's a custom plugin that you have to buy and download, install into Photoshop. A third-party plugin is what I meant to say. And yeah, it just helps me set up grids by drawing a path. I can use a pen tool. I draw a path, and I draw another path here. That like that. So it's two lines, and then it automatically generates a grid for me, like that. So that's the plugin. If you want a free way to do it, you can look at one of my videos. I talk about this program called Carapace. It's made by Epic Games. God bless Epic Games for the developer tools. It's called Carapace. It's made by Epic Games. It's a program for generating 3D grids. It's really fast. It's really cheap. It's like super small. It's like a really small lightweight program that's only designed to create perspective grids. Super good, by the way. That's what I used to use before buying perspective tools. So that's really good. It's in one of my videos. It's the one with the software thing, like the art program video. There's a link in the description there. Or you can just no, you can't Google Carapace because it's like really hard to find. It's like hidden in some dev site or it might not even be available. I think it's like a custom link that I made to like I uploaded it because Epic Games took it down. So if you go to that video, there's a link to Carapace that I made and I uploaded. You can just use that. It's a really cool program. It's like super good. One of my favorite programs. One of like highly underrated programs that artists like yeah, just never found out about it until very long. Like it just I feel like nobody really knew about Carapace, and then like it just silently got taken down by Epic Games because like why would they keep it down? It's like a really really old program. I think it's like 2008, something like that. Like really old, like before Fortnite and all that was a thing. Is that one walking? Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, I think my line weight is a little bit. All right, cool. I want to try something out in a bit, but I think it's fine for now. Do like some shadow here. Bike is done. Let's see. What do I want to do? Okay, what kind of scene should I put her in? Maybe like a garage or like some sort of. Oh, I know, chat. Okay, I know. It's gonna be a garage, and it's gonna have like the lighting that's gonna come in deep, low, and it's gonna cast like a super long shadow like that. Right, like it's gonna go like that. You see her head here, and it's gonna cast this beautiful, beautiful light that's gonna come from in here. It's gonna touch just the top of her face. It's gonna go halfway into like the garage doors, and it's gonna cut halfway down the bike. So half the bike is in light, half the bike is in shadow. So it's gonna be low, like maybe the light's gonna come from here, like that. Oh, yes. Ooh. Oh là là, c'est magnifique. Oui, 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 oui. Wunderbar. Sprechen Deutsch? Okay, yeah. It's gonna be interior. That means it's gonna be a lot harder to draw because it's an interior and I need to actually do things, many things. Okay, so let's see. Let's put the. It's way too big. Here. That. Okay. Ooh, but it's cut at a really weird angle. I don't like that. Yes. Okay. So that's gonna be the side of the room, and let's see. It's gonna be. Well, I need to think about the size of the room. So the bike is really long. So it's really here. And this is the wall. Okay. Just like that. Cool. Alright, so then that's like there's an empty curb out here. And some lines. There it is. Okay, this is like my comfort zone. I do so many fucking like interiors and like sets and stuff like that. So well, this is gonna go by pretty quickly, I think. I hope. Because I like doing interiors. It's like my first love. Like I don't want to say my first love, but it's like what I really like doing right now, especially like because I do it for work as well, like set design. So we'll do a little bit of set dressing. I'll teach you, well not teach you, but I'll show you like some things that I go through my mind when I'm doing like set dressing and things like that. So that's like, and like stuff like details and all that. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really really fun. So you can immediately see there's like a ramp that goes down here like that. It goes out and bleeds out into like, let's say like a concrete cement driveway. So it's gonna be okay. So now I'm thinking if I want to do like variable line art, because like right now everything is still the same size as far as like brush size is like, concerned, and I kind of like that. But I think it's a little bit bigger. So that's the room. Greetings from Germany. Guten Tag. Mein Name ist Ken. Ich bin ein ein Berliner. Is that a way? Ich bin ein Berliner. Does that mean I'm a jelly-filled donut? Or does that mean I'm a Berliner? Because I get confused. Because one of them means I'm from Berlin. The other one means I'm donut, right? Am I right? I think so. Ich biete ein Apfel. That means I ate an apple. Correct. Ooh, what's up, Brazil, Portugal? Hey, obrigado. That's all I know. I know obrigado. That's it. Hey, greetings from Mexico. Hey, compadre. Greetings from Philippines. I only know the Filipino words that I know I cannot say. Can we both? But when someone says it, it usually means they're from Berlin. Sick. Hey, Myanmar, what's up? Hang in there, buddy. De nada. Oh, de nada. It's the same as it's the same in Portuguese, as a Mexican, or sorry, Mexican, Spanish. ¿Cómo está? Hasta luego. Pura vida. I got. Hey, Puerto Rico. Pura vida. Do you know you can see Singapore from Indonesia if you have a blind eye? That's cool. I guess if you're from somewhere close like Batam, you can see it. Hey, same here from Indo. Hey, Yamas. All right, so let's see. Oh man, I'm having so much fun. Okay, so we'll do like a traditional, like very American style, like a garage. So it's gonna be there's like a door here with like a little thing here, with a little bit of doorknob, like a doorknob, like one of these, right? So these are all just like rooms. The thing about interiors is that they're all like square and like nice, and they all sit in perspective. And I'm just so happy when like they gave me, hey, can you design a room? Can you draw a room for me? It's like clients when they say that, you know what I don't like when they say, oh, can we have like an organic design? It's like, oh, organic means curvy shapes. Curvy shapes means hard perspective. I don't want to do that. This is a language meeting stream. C. Soy soy chino? No, yes. Soy chino. No hablo español o hablo inglés. It's a very office store. I don't know if I like it. Very officey, eh? Just do two. That's right, I'm a walking Duolingo. I'm gonna beat your ass if you don't complete all these classes. Come after you. I'm gonna hunt you down. Yeah, let's do like a super like classic door. It's very American. Expression ein bisschen Deutsch. Das Auto. Finish your level 1 Spanish classes, bitch. I'm gonna come after you and kick your door down. Okay, sure, that's fine. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. Oh, what is this? Let's get rid of this. Okay. Now, let's see. I want to have some sort of like a bench here. So I want some foreground elements so that I don't have to draw too many things. So I want to do like some shells along the side here. So make sure that I don't get confused by the perspective lines. This one goes up here. Oh, it's the wrong one. This one goes up here. Yes. Okay. So shelves. We have shelves. We gotta install some shelves into the wall to make it look like a real garage. How do you copy most of your lasso tool without messing up the other lines? I copy it and then I hold alternate. When you hold alt, your cursor changes into like a little black and white arrow, and then you pull it around. That's how you do it. Just hold alt. Golazzo, Golazzo. You went to Kumon because I did and I hated it. Oh, I didn't go to Kumon. I was never one of those kids. I feel sorry for kids who did Kumon, like Asian kids. Why? Oh, I mean, to be fair, I grew up in Asia, so like basically, Kumon was like a fucking thing that was like a yeah. Man, I felt so bad for kids who have to do Kumon because you're like homework on top of more homework. Like a read. Ooh, that is not no bueno. Okay, I guess I have to do this properly. I just wanted to copy paste it. I was like getting lazy. Fine, I'll redraw it. God damn it. Okay. Ugh. See, if I had this in like a, if I did this in 3D, I could just copy paste, bloop, 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 and it'll be done. I'll draw every single shelf individually, line by line. Kuma's hard, yeah. Do you work as a concert artist? I do, yes. Fucking kids who do Kumon, they just have the saddest life. It's like, uh, yeah, it's like, and sometimes like parents are like so invested in their kids, like Kumon, they will like teach them how to do it, and it's like, I don't know, it's just odd, really, really odd. Okay, let's think about the scale first. I want to have this. So she's like somewhere here. Her feet are here, which by the way I actually draw. Because okay, so it's somewhere. I haven't actually drawn shoes. Come on, because it kind of goes through here. Okay, it's fine. So say she's here. She goes all the way here. She goes up here, and the waist is about, let's say, this high. So it's about. So this is waist height. This is waist height, which means, okay, so I'm gonna make a mental mark that this is waist height. Okay, so waist height is about here. That means these shelves are a little too low. That means I only need one shelf. Did I shift this up? I'm gonna just mess around with perspective. Yeah, so that's just one shelf I need. And then this is like a table, so it goes, I want this table to go against the wall. So see how perspective is really helpful when you need to learn how to draw these things. It's not just about drawing according to grid. It's using the grid to make your measurements, using it to think about, you know, what sort of maybe this thing should go in a bit further. So it's like using grid to make measurements, understanding how to measure height in in space, you know, like duplicating stuff in perspective in space. That's all really helpful, and like otherwise your drawing would kind of look a little bit off, and there's no proper weight, there's no proper sense of space in your drawings. If you get like the scale wrong, it especially scale, it usually tends to stick out a lot. Um, it's always very apparent when you mess up scale for some reason, because like, you know, your the human brain is just really good at like sort of understanding how big something is in relation to another thing. So if you mess up scale, it's kind of difficult to ignore basically. Okay, I can see that everyone dislikes Kumon. Also, like, I don't remember who said this, but like, have you noticed the way like the Kumon's logo is exactly how you should feel about Kumon? That's so funny to me. Like, it's like it's not even like a smiling face. Like, you know the logo. It's like a face. It's not like a real. It's not like a proper smile. It's like just kind of like a disappointed looking face. Like sad. It's like a sad, disappointed looking face. That's so funny to me. Like they didn't bother making it like a happy thing. It's like, yeah, we know you're gonna hate this. It's like it's so funny. I think it's like that. It's legit. It's actually like a really Kumon's logo is so stupid. Why would you not make it smiling? Look at this. Why would you not? Why would you not make the Kumon logo like a happy logo? Why would you make it such a sad looking face? It's like a shitty drawing. It's not even like a perfect circle. Which I guess it's kind of. It's like, yeah, welcome to welcome to your shitty new lives. Like, why would you not make why would you not do that? Why would you not do that? Why would you right? Why would you do this? Oh man, it's such a sad face. Like it does. Oh man, that's so funny. That's so funny. That's so fucked up. All right, where was I? You know what's messed up? In the new version of Photoshop, they removed the line thing here, so you can't actually draw lines with pixels now. I don't know why they did that, but that's so messed up. Like you used to be able to do like pixels on this, so you can just draw a line out. but you can't even do that anymore in Photoshop. I don't know why they would do that. I don't know for what reason they would, roll back that idea. It's so stupid. But yeah, it just kind of sucks. So weird that they had that function, and then they removed it from their software. So weird, isn't it weird? Photoshop, Adobe does the weirdest things sometimes. Like sometimes I can't I can't fathom what their thought process is. Like why would you remove a feature from your thing that everyone is asked for? And it's such a great tool, by the way. Like being able to draw lines super fast in Photoshop. Okay, so I think it's gonna be like a steel table. So it's gonna have 4 legs as opposed to 2. Oh, this is odd. It's going to be slightly on the inside. Oh, it's not that far out. Okay, cool. Oh no! Oh no! It's not on its own layer. It's ay 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 ay. Cool. Okay. Let's just keep drawing tables. I need tables and things, and I need to draw the tables and to put the stuff on the table. So that's like, that's a bunch of things that need to be done. Okay, cool. It's not Adobe if they don't make their software harder to use. True. Can I get a true in chat, please? Kumon says it's a thinking face. Seems more like a crying face to me. Thinking face. That's so stupid. So that's why I put it on one layer. Oh no, it's wonky. So wonky. Anyways, okay, let's just keep going. Let's just keep chugging along. Here, here. Should I give it like an inside thing? That means I have to draw things. I will just draw more things. Here. 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 Goes here. Okay, cool. Right, so that's the table done. Yeah. Okay, let's see. That's when things start to get a little bit messy because so much. Ideally, I would like to just draw on one layer, but that's not gonna happen. It's gonna be quite a lot of stuff in this image, so I think it will be wise to just stick to one layer, to stick to a couple of layers, especially for this part here. I think Oops, it's the other way around. Okay, cool. So that's the table. Oops. All right. I think Ghibli is overrated, underrated, rated properly. It's good. They make good movies. Isn't that the face of a dead child? Imagine Cooper paying designers hundreds of dollars to do that. Xiaomi paid $5.6 million for their logo redesign. You should go check it out. Let me show you what $5.6 million in. Okay, so Xiaomi changed their logo for how much did they pay for it? I think it was like $1 million or something like that. There it is. It went from this to this for $1 million. I'm not even kidding, by the way. This is like $1 million or million renminbi, which is like yuan, which is like, I don't know. I want to say about $300,000 to $400,000 in like $300,000. Change from this to this. This is weird, isn't it? Isn't design weird? Isn't the world strange? Money is weird. Money is a really weird thing. Look at my ellipse. So at this extreme angle, you can get a lot of distortion. You can see how these lines are almost all close to being parallel. That's because you get a ton of distortion here, because you're like at the edge of like a really extreme angle. So you just gotta be really careful when it comes to doing stuff over here. You have to follow it really closely. Oh, also, this is a really messy piece of circle. A really messy line art. You should clean this up. Cool. All right. Let's see. Oh, I also want to kind of play with depth of field, I think. So I can make like these lines blurry so it looks like a camera thing. Not sure if I want to do that now, like at this moment, but it's something that I want to do to this piece. So it's gonna have like a, oh, gosh, so many ellipses, ellipses within ellipses. It's ellipses all the way down. Okay, that's my perspective. Oh, it's gonna be like that. Oh, it's on the top view. Okay. Yeah, it's just stuff up here that I just want to put in so that it looks foreground or something. Oh, things like get really stretched and really odd up here. because you're like at the corner of your composition. So at the edges you get lens distortion, even like it's like a camera, I guess. All I did was make a square, not a square. Yeah, with vicious art today, most likely. I think like, as far as line art is concerned, almost done. We just have to add a bunch of stuff to the background. I think the hard part is over, which is drawing the bike and the character. All we need to do now is just add props and like set dressing. So, yeah, I'm just thinking about the storytelling. So I want to make it like she's like a really cool like dirt bike, a biker sort of character. So like we'll think about her sort of character and what's her story, and then we will build our sets around it. So that's called set dressing or and production design. So let's think about like the storytelling and stuff like that, right? So I guess if you're working in a garage, you gotta keep yourself entertained. So you might have like a boombox here, or some sort of a CD player on it. Oh, not CD player, but like a radio. So the big one, because it's loud. It gets loud in the garage. You're working on power tools and stuff. So you gotta have a really big one that is gonna make this sci-fi and cool, because a bike is really cool. Everything else should sort of be just as cool, and then it has to match the aesthetic that is the motorcycle. Talk about coding here. I'm playing League or listening to your stream in the background. That's like Discord logo. Yeah, design is weird. I don't even want to say it's bad or that it's not worth it, because like knowing how hard it is to work with clients, I think that they should be paid more. So like $300,000 or like $1 million for a logo design is not unreasonable, I would say, especially for $1 billion company like Xiaomi or Patamina or like whatever Discord, right? So I don't want to say it's not worth it, because I'm not trying to rag on like the Xiaomi redesign. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's weird that this is the reality that we live in. It's just odd, man. It's just really fucking weird. Let's see. Drivers of circle. Something that. Yeah, triangular drivers, eh? How I still want it to look like a boombox. So I'm still gonna give it all the little bits and bobs that a boombox has, just different. Wait, cool. Okay, and then make a handle on top. Also, I think it takes a lot of balls. I think it takes a lot of balls to go to uh like someone who's to go to someone who's paying you $1 million to redesign your logo and just do that. Like, can you imagine? Like, cause like if it were me and I was in charge of this project, you would be really tempted to like go to your and do go to your client and like redesign it like an insane person, right? You would want to give it like you want to make it really different. It's like you want to get your money's worth. You want to get like get your $1 million worth of design. And as a designer, you'd be really tempted to completely redesign the logo and make it like really crazy and insane. You gotta give it all the bells and whistles. But it takes a lot of balls to go to your client who's paying you $300,000 to redesign your logo and say, it's good enough. We just made it a little bit better. That's all you need. That's insane. It's like and knowing these people, they're like really reputable in the business. So like I guess they're like famous designers. So you would trust them. It's like, you should trust my opinion. I know what I'm doing. So you pay me $300,000 for my for a reason, right? Because I'm good and I'm telling you it's it's okay the way it is. Like the amount of balls it takes to go to your client and say and just do that and then go, yep, good enough. That's crazy to me. So it's like a thing here with like let's see, let's do a goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. How do you get those straight lines? You press a point and then you hold shift and you press another point and then you get that. Thing is, if you have you have a pen pressure turned on, you're gonna get like a fade unless you press it just as hard. It's odd, but yeah, it takes pen pressure into account. But anyways, you do a point here and you hold shift and you press and you just hold shift and you end up drawing straight lines by tapping. There, voila. Okay, so I'm gonna have like a let's see. I'm gonna do an oil can. Do they? I want to put. You know what? Let's just do it. Like thinking about it, do sci-fi bikes still use oil like an old person? I guess the answer is who cares. So yes, we are still doing it. Okay. So I'm gonna do it on a new layer because it's gonna get crazy. Let's see. Where I'm from? I'm from Malaysia, but I am in Singapore now. Work. Also, I've been living here for a long time in Singapore. Let's read for the green nice. Thanks. Perspective looks so cool. I'm glad you think so. All right, let's see. An oil can has like a thing here that goes like that. And then file can, and then I'm gonna go. So I guess if she's like a really cool biker chick, then I think she would be into some really cool music, like heavy metal, or like some sort of like hard rock, things like that, right? So, what sort of music do you like? I don't have a specific genre. Lately, I've been listening to a lot of traditional Japanese music, but mostly jazz and hip hop. Uh, those are my two, the ones I always fall back on. Old school jazz like Bill Evans, Miles Davis, always cool. So back to my point, I think they're cool enough to use like really like hard rock. So let's say, so this is where the storytelling sort comes in, right? So I'm thinking about maybe it's like a really sick, let's do like a spoof of like really super. That's my metal band logo. Fire. And there's a girl, it's a guy singing here. It's like long hair. It's got really long hair. Wow, baby. Wow. Down, down, and it's like doing a sign. Down, it's got like heavy metal. Down, chow, bow, bow. Wow, bow, da, da, bow, bow, chow. And then you have the date here. Like a poster, like a Twitter poster or something, right? Dates. Wow. So that's storytelling. Japanese jazz is really unique. I do agree. I like Japanese jazz too. You could put Helmet in the picture too. Probably, yeah. Excellent too, by the way. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. Let's see. Do you have a university degree? Yeah, I do. Love our works in your videos. I learned too much. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad you find them helpful. These my videos are of use to someone. Okay, so let's go on these guys. So now the room is starting to look a little bit more pretty. Telling stories, right? Starting to tell a story, starting to figure out who this girl is, what she does, what she likes, all that, fears, loves, dreams, hopes. I think about all these things. I think it might be a bit much, but like start thinking about who this person is, and you sort of get a better idea of what they like. Maybe she's like a super tomboy, right? Maybe she likes boxing too. So I'll just put like a boxing poster here. Like that. Yeah. much time do you spend on how much time do you spend planning a drawing, or do you just go for it every time? If I'm just having fun, then I will just go for it. But if I'm working, then I will spend as much time as I need until I feel like A, it's ready, or B, it's approved. So very important. Any opinions on the One Academy? It's a good school. It's a good school. I would say it's the best in Malaysia. I would say it's the best in Southeast Asia. As far as like overall design stuff. I think One Academy is a good school. A lot of good students come out of it. That oil can is really big. I think. It's one of those. That thing. I don't know, the one where they squeeze oil in. Yeah. Pretty cool. The bottom part I'm gonna stack with like crates. So I'm just gonna put boxes in because what else am I gonna put down here, right? What else are you gonna put down here? So maybe like hey yo. So maybe she's like, cause she's like a tomboy, she's like really bad at packing stuff. So she's like a person who keeps stuff really haphazardly. So okay, so this is like again, this is like very storytelling, right? So if she was, if like you were a neat person, you would probably do a tape like that. You would tape up your box like that. One long piece of tape like that, right? But if you were like a really like a slob, or like for example, like I think she's like a tomboy, so she's like she does not give a fuck, and she just tape it like that. As a result, these boxes are kind of half open like that. So like it makes a difference. Like all these things affect your choices, and from there you sort of like can kind of make a design a little bit more deeper. It's deeper. It's a lot more like well thought out. That's this. Do you post? Do you think you post other stuff other than art on your channel? We'll see. I guess I do music already, or not really, but like whenever I feel like it, I'll just like write a stupid song and then post it. Um, but I don't know, maybe vlogs, like not vlogs, but like just going out and stuff like that. Might be fun, like art related stuff. But not necessarily videos of me drawing. I think that's cool. What if you can go to school? Can a professional learn by your own? Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I want more stuff, but it's a little bit. I want it to be a bit more haphazard. So maybe it's like a crate for tools. Nice. Some sort of box with things I don't know. So before I sort of established that she's sort of messy, right? Based on the tape thing. So now I can sort of be a little bit more haphazard in my placement of things. So it's not necessarily neatly placed, everything. The boxes are sort of like, not neatly arranged. So that's nice to know. That's nice to know because then I can sort of justify a lot of my decisions, and I can sort of explain them and make sense of it all. Your next Kimchugi mate, I hope so. Well, we'll see about that. Okay, so that sort of explains the reason for like my decision making. So that's cool. Okay, so she's okay. So she's into bikes. She's into heavy metal. She listens to music, right? So would it be so bad if I gave her a flying V here? So let's see. Like that. That. Right. She doesn't even, you know what I mean? So then you kind of know this character. She kind of likes to rock out. She likes motorcycles. She likes heavy metal based on this kind of, you know, guitar. Like that. Guitar strings are so hard to block. Right? So I've got an idea of who this character is. Because, like, okay, so if this person liked jazz, you would probably give her like a Les Paul. Like a guitar like that, right? I don't know how to draw Les Paul. But you would probably give her that as opposed to uh like a the one with the fat humbuckers like that. So this is a guitar. The people who own this, the person who owns this guitar and the person that owns this guitar, very, very different people. Jazz person, hard rock, right? Wood, like, you know, nice soft colors, heavy black diamond metal studs, spiky. So like it's a very different character and very different story that you're telling with like whatever you put in your scene. Very important to keep that in mind. So it all comes down to knowing you know what sort of person this is. Also the scale might be really off. But, so I want to be kind of here because yeah, that's all right. No justice for the basses. Nobody listens pays attention to the bass solo. Cool. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna put a bunch of stuff lying around now. Oh, like a hammer, a spanner, some sort of wrench. Right, I have a sprocket, like a ratchet in here. Just haphazardly put around. And then maybe, you know, you're working. How about a table? Soon, my friend. Soon, my friend. Be patient. Uh, so maybe she has like a soda can here. Soda or beer or whatever. A drink. Maybe she had more than one. So it's like, ugh. Please, girl, can you please clean up after yourself? Maybe she has had more than one. So you can have repetition and rhythm. You have things, because if everything is the same, like one unique thing, it's kind of weird, right? So you have to have like repetition, you have to have like a few things that are kind of repeated. So like for example, cardboard boxes are here. Uh, that, that, that. Oops. An open box. Label here. And voila. Okay. Inside maybe a magazines. So magazine books, papers, stuff, just stuff. Okay. And maybe actually, you know what? I'm gonna move this up here because oops. I want to put more stuff behind it. I don't want to erase So I'm gonna put stuff here. Put like another box back here. Things, you know, just things. Any suggestions for beginner gouache watercolor sets? No idea. Honestly, I don't actually know. Maybe. I don't know. The one I use from Data Brownie, but I wouldn't say they're super good either. But like again, beginner. I don't know that much about gouache. Like beginner sets are never like great. But if you just want to try it out, I guess the ones I'm using are Data Brownie. They're okay. They're okay. You can use those. And I guess you can still make okay beams with them. Bottle of I don't know what. Very haphazardly drawn, but I'm not in the mood to draw ellipses again. Like I'm not. That like more boxes. Like you ever like how tape something down, it's like oh shit, it's not strong enough. You gotta reinforce it. You tape two tapes down like that. Yeah. Alright, cool. That's the lower part sort of done. I can add more stuff to the front in a bit. But you think about it. Okay, helmet. Okay, so here's the thing I've been putting it off. I want to know if the helmet should stay on the table or up here or like hung on the wall. I guess table is fine because like I can't hang it on the wall because it's not going to be seen. It's going to be like way up here. So eye level is here, so it doesn't make sense. Okay, just leave it on the table. I think it's okay. Oh, helmets are hard to draw. Okay, I need to figure out the size of her head somewhere. Right. I need my perspective grid because then otherwise it's gonna be kind of messed up. Okay, it's fine. It's inside now. Mm, maybe the visor should be higher. Okay. Maybe this visor goes that the motocross helmet, right? Try like this looking visor that goes over the top like that, and it goes over. I'm trying to figure out the design as well. Okay, that's okay. A little bit slimmer down here. Yeah, it's cooler, I think. All right, it's a helmet. Uh, I've been doing this for 3 hours. Well, have I really been? Has it really been 3 hours? Yeesh. Yep. All right. Yeah, we're almost at the end actually. We're almost done with this. So I want to do power tools, but it's a lot of work. Oh, I want to do like a toy up here. I want to do like the monkey. I want to do the monkey with the symbols. I don't know, for some reason it just struck me as something that someone would have in their garage, just like uh sitting there, not like just collecting dust. I'm gonna really loosely draw it because it's a lot of way up here. One of those monkeys. Okay, what else? Guess we draw more boxes, we can draw more boxes, we can draw books, we can draw a bunch of other things really. Let's see. Maybe it's just records. Maybe it's like a photo frame. Maybe it's like a photo frame of like her, like a, oh, I know what it could be. You know what? I take it back. Like a trophy, of course. What you keep up here, right? So, trophy with like a thing that goes here. Oh, like that. Wait a second. Yeah, your cup. Your cup. Right, all these just serve to act as like random things, right? And then maybe if she's anything like me, uh, yeah, like tons of post-it notes. So we got like post-it notes here, post-it notes here, like a really long one here, tape, right? And then maybe in the back there's like a little photograph of her, a frame of her, maybe like oh, it's with friends, right? So it's her friends, and they've got their arm around each other, and they're really happy because she's holding up the cup from before. That see, that's good. Okay, so it's starting to be really, really populated, and it's got like a bunch of stuff that's just like, you know, you're starting to get a sense of the character, starting to understand uh, trying to get the who this character is starting to look like the space starts to look a little bit more believable, right? Because you know now that you've got all this stuff here, it's starting to look very very fleshed out, and like you got a lot of details. Like, you know, how do you get, you know, all these details in there? A lot of times just thinking about the character, thinking about who this character is, what the character likes, what the character does. You know, what if I was this person, what would I do? Like, what kind of stuff would I put inside? What would I have in my room? Like if I was like a nerdy kid who really liked Lord of the Rings, like what would I have in my room? You obviously have a replica of like Aragorn's sword, right? Like that's like kind of like a very obvious choice. And you would have a bunch of different things, you know, posters, you know, a map of Middle Earth, you kind of do that, like sort of picture in your head and imagine what it's like to be, this character. And of course, there's a bunch of, what is this line? What is it doing here? I guess it needs to go. Yeah, and then beyond that, it's just kind of observing the world and understanding, oh, okay, I need to put this in here. Because, like, okay, let's say a shelf, you gotta have the brackets. And that's just a shelf, right? So that's just kind of like understanding the world and just being like a good designer and understanding like looking at details, looking at how things are put together, looking at how things connect to each other. How is so good? Almost 11 p.m. here. It's midnight. So yeah, there's a bunch of author-related things, like author-related things that I want to have here, but I just haven't done enough research. For example, like a motorcycle jack. A jack for motorbikes, like the stand thing. Like I think it's really good to have on the floor somewhere because that makes sense. So I'm gonna put that in like that. Oh, I need my perspective for this one. Let's see. Oh, maybe something like over here. Here. Yeah. Let's see. Then the lower part just somewhere here. That, and then there's like a scissor thing here. Okay, right? So that's like a jack, a motorcycle jack that goes under the bike to lift it up. So that's like a very essential piece of equipment that I guess all garages should have. Yeah, so there's a bunch of things that I'm missing, like there are gaps in my knowledge that I just don't have, like what usually goes into like a garage, like an auto shop, or like somebody who's like an enthusiast, right? So like probably don't have a rig, like one of those like freaking like what do you call it? Those like engine rigs, the ones that you use to like hook and pick up an engine. Probably don't have that, but you might have something like a jack, or you might have like power tools. You might have uh, some other sort of equipment that I don't know that you might have if you are a fan of motorbikes and you want to do like small repairs in your own bike. So those are like things that I should research and should know. Not today, not today, but you gotta, it is what it is. So at least I have something in here that is like, motorcycle related. The floor, I'm gonna give it a little bit of texture. So I'm not gonna do anything to the floor anymore. I think what I want to do is just give it a little bit of texture, and then that's it. Because I don't want it to seem too cluttered. Also, what is going on here? What is going on here? Why is there a cut off like that? What is going on here? I think fine. Oh, it's midnight here. I gotta work tomorrow, but I am working from home because of whatever. So I got like an extra like hour of time that I saved from my commute, which is amazing. I don't have to wake up so early to get to work. I just roll out of bed and then I'd start my work. I sit down and I work and then I roll back into bed after this. It's actually really bad. It's so bad for your health. Like my commute is here to here and like here to the fridge and I'm really out of shape. Especially like my shoulder. I can't run also because like it hurts to like bump my shoulder. Um so yeah, like my level of fitness has just fucking it's just like dropped off a cliff, let me tell you. Okay, so I'm gonna make a smaller like a so it's just gonna be a little bit of detail here, some dust, some grime, you know. Okay, maybe like a lip, like a mat here for you to wipe feet on before you enter the house, because Americans are weird and they wear their shoes indoors. I never get that. I could never understand that, but it's fine, you know. This is what it is. I'm gonna add it in here. And then it's gonna say abandon hope all ye who enter. Abandon hope all ye who enter. So it's a little bigger. Oh no. Okay. Let's fit into the perspective. Make sure it matches properly. There. Okay. And then I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit to make sure it's not too drawn on. Do a little bit of like touching up here and there. Because I don't want it to look like it's been printed on, but it's fine. It's cool, right? Hope you're doing well. This picture looks good so far. I agree. I agree. I think it's looking pretty good. I am doing well. I'm doing great actually. Today's a really good day. I'm in a really good mood. Maybe like another poster here for something or another. Maybe like a band thing, like a tour, music festival. Let's see. Let's make it really, really bright. It's like tour, like a not tour, but like event. I really miss going to concerts. Like live music is such a like a thing that I miss so much, so much. Okay, so it's got like a tear in here for some reason. Maybe it's because she brought it back from her trip from the music festival. So it's all sort of messed up from the journey back. There. Storytelling. I like it. Okay. Cool. I wanna add what do I want to add? I think I'm good. Okay, so that's that. Okay, now next step is to okay, if I have more time, I want to do like a shoe rack. I want to do like some sort of thing that plugs into the cable that goes here. But it's midnight, so and I want to finish this in one stream. I'm gonna finish this here for you. I don't want to cuck you guys and make you wait for the next stream or whatever. So I'm going to finish it today. So we will keep moving. I would probably like to add a lamp here or something. So, but in any case, let's just keep chugging along. This, what are some of your favorite bands and artists? Bands. Muse. I like Muse a lot. Muse is good. Let's see. Bands. Favorite artists lately, I've been listening to a lot of Skepta. I've been listening to grime a lot. So I guess I'm really into that at the moment. Stormzy, Skepta, what else? Like Grime, just Grime in general. Bossman is cool in it. Favorite artists. Let's see. I'm trying to think of some that I go back to frequently, like my go-tos. You know, I can't think of much. Two Door Cinema Club. Really like Two Door Cinema Club. Bill Evans. Oh no, Chad Baker. Chad Baker is really good as far as like jazz is concerned. MF Doom, of course. Doom is really good. Okay, so let's do some coloring. So it's really warm. Okay, so let's think about where the lighting is coming from first. Because like the first thing I want to figure out is the light. I really, really want to get the light right. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make it like, let's say, like a neutral, like a warmer color, but not super warm. Like a that color. Okay, so it's kind of warm, but it's a bit cool. Actually, you know what? I want to make it a bit cool. And then I want to get the light right. So I'm gonna draw in the light first. So, forgot about her. Okay, so I'm gonna make this layer. I'm gonna call it liner. Then I'm gonna go here. Forgot about this part. Let's see, kind of an oversight. No. Okay, lights. So I want the light to be sort of like halfway up this part. So it's gotta be somewhat realistic. You know, it doesn't have. I'm not planning on going for realism here. I'm planning on going for a more dramatic, like a more dramatic approach. However, it has to somewhat feel like the real thing. So the light's gonna go down all the way down here, like that. Right, it's gonna go halfway, and it's gonna like bounce up on the face. Just to show you like what I'm thinking, like that, right? Gonna have like a soft little like on the face, like a bit of hard shadow here. Yeah. It's gonna be like that. It's just something nice. It's gonna be very soft, very like reflected light, lots of reflected light bouncing off the ground onto the wall ahead. So like on the walls, on the see, can you already see it? Can you feel it, guys? Can you feel it? I can feel it. I'm so hyped. This is like my favorite part, like designing the lighting, because like you've done all the hard work. Like now you just have to, now you get to have fun and like be artistic and whatnot. So this is the fun part. This is the super fun part. So the light goes over here, onto this, like that. So this whole part is going to get cast in light. And then it goes all the way here, and it cuts off here. So maybe it cuts off like that, because I want it to be like a evening light that goes like that. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, so then anyways, let's just fill it in first. And then we'll see where this goes. And then obviously it's gonna cut lower. Sorry, let me think about this for a second. Sort of lost the logic of my lighting. So the higher I go, so should it be like that? No. All right, cool. Okay. Sorry, for a second I kind of like lost I sort of forgot how light works. Okay. Back. All right. Cool. So that's how the lighting would work in this situation. And then we have the light here a little bit lower. And voila. So that's the kind of lighting that I want in this painting. Look at this. It's so, isn't it dramatic and like good and nice? I am really psyched for this. Good, good, good. Excellent. Okay. Maybe it has to travel all the way through here because then you get it's like that. We. Okay. Cool. Now I want to paint in some let's see. I want to do some shadow parts. So it's gonna be like that, that. Shadow pass has to be, I guess this whole side of the bike is not gonna be lit because so now I'm gonna paint out the shadow areas and I'll paint in like parts of the bike that will be lit. It's gonna be, it's not entirely accurate, but it's gonna be good enough that I can use as like, yeah, lights. And so I'm gonna be kind of loose with this because I just don't feel like being very tight with this painting. I feel like if it's looser, it might be a little bit nicer. And then the sidewall, the tire, you just start to awesome. All right. That's like the shadow. Oh, look at that. Oh, oh, it's starting to turn out the way I see it in my head. And then I saw it in my head and I went, okay, I want it to be this way. And now it's turning out to be this way. That's the fucking fuck. Yes, that's the best, dude. That's like, forget drugs, kids. Just do art. So light hits, as far as light is concerned, where the light is gonna go, I think it might be. Okay, so the question is, how dramatic do I want this lighting to be? I can make it a little bit less. Let me just do this real quick first, and then I can explain what is going on here. So as far as light is concerned, I can make it more dramatic, or well, not more. I can make it less dramatic basically, because like right now it's like the hype, the peak level of like drama. I guess we can call it that. So either I tone it down, because like it's like max max contrast right now. So the light is like pure white, or it's close to being pure white, and the dark side is just like dark. It's the same. It's like almost like a two-tone shading. So it's like almost black and white in a sense. That so either I could do this and make the shadows a little bit lighter, but I don't know if I like that. Like that. I think it has to be super dramatic like that because it makes sense, right? I want it to go boom, really like gut punchy and be very very high key. We call it so this type of lighting is called high key lighting. So I think I do want it to be super high key because that's just the look that I'm going for. When you're painting all the shadows, you can see that it's starting to take form. Yeah, it's starting to turn into a real painting now. It's hella exciting. Okay, let's see here. Would you prefer to release a video about my desk tour? I have nothing on my desk. But I don't mind, but it wouldn't be a very long video. It's always a good feeling drawing exactly as you see in your mind. Yeah, it's nice because when you plan it out and it works according to plan, it just feels good, man. It feels like you've done something right. No, like that. Okay. Maybe not too much shadow here either. Light. Very nice. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to tone it. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna give it a little bit more. So okay, so that's my light. I'm gonna make it like, let's say, ooh, that's already spooky. That's not gonna work. I'm gonna make it white. Actually, it's nice. I'm gonna make it like, maybe not pure white, but it's gonna be very camera realistic. So it's gonna look exposed like a photograph. So let's see. Yeah, nice. Okay, so this has to be a little bit cooler, the background, because that way you get the full effect. Uh, this is nice, but this gives me a totally different feeling. See how this has a totally different emotion from this? So this is like a very warm feeling. Like you feel very nostalgic. This one is a little bit more cold. It's still kind of very warm feeling because of the late sunlight. It's like a very golden hour sunset sunlight where it's like reaching, the sun is low and it's reaching deep into the garage. But this is a very nostalgic feeling. It's very nice. It's very, cozy. Whereas this is a little bit more realistic and closer to like real life. So I'm just thinking about now it's a matter of direction, right? It's a matter of it's a creative decision now. And color is always a very creative decision once you get like the lighting. Once lighting is done, like in black and white, if it looks okay, you're basically allowed to use whatever color you want, as long as the value is the same. So at this point, color is pretty much a creative decision. It's a very personal preference choice. It's about what kind of emotion you want to portray. It's about, you know, the feeling you want. Yeah. And I guess it's just your what colors you like and what colors you think go together. So for me, I like this tone which I initially chose, which is pretty much this very, you know, oh, it's very warm color. It's very nice. It's very like warm feeling. Uh, so it's good. It's good contrast uh, to like the mood of the painting. It's very nostalgic, I would say. Warm tones always. Okay, so let's just color in everything. I guess we're just going for it, huh? Ayo. I'm gonna just quickly color in the things that I know are gonna be, you know, the color that it is. So because I haven't decided on the color of the bike, but I kind of know what color the rest of the room is. I know it's gonna be like, I know this is gonna be like bare metal. I know that's gonna be wood. I know like known quantities I will color first, and then we'll decide on like the other stuff later. Uh, no, that's not right. I should do this first because that's the main piece. I shouldn't be lazy. That's like my laziness talking. I don't want to be wishy-washy about it. So I'm gonna fill this up really quickly, and then we can decide on the color. Okay, we'll just keep going. We'll just fill it up with color. Like just it's just a random color. It's not. This is not actually gonna be a color of the bike. Oh God, no, no. But still, like I just want to make sure that these colors are all correct and where they should be. And yeah, fitting stuff in is really annoying. Like after line art, it's just something that you just gotta do. You just gotta suck it up and you have to do. Because if you don't, well, no one's gonna do it for you. Man, I really wish I had an intern at work whose sole job it is to fill in colors like this for me. Like just fill it in and keep it on separate layers so I can like adjust it and color stuff in later. Like a lot easier. That's like one of my wants, if anything. I want some intern to be just available 24/7. Not 24/7, but like at work to be always available for me. Whenever I want to fill in like this, it's like, can you help me color this in? Can you do this tedious task which I am too lazy to do? Oh, if only, right? Oh. He's becoming a god. Welcome to my ascension. You found me just in time for my ascension into godhood. because this painting is turning out exactly as I wanted. That being said, I don't know what color this should be. Let's look at the, it's gonna be darker for sure. Okay, let's think about color. Oh, that's cool. Maybe it should be a very I think it should be more more monochromatic. So reds, warm colors, and then a little bit teal in here and there just to like spice things up. I think that's the plan, but I don't know. I'm messing around with colors and trying to find something that's like very harmonious. Yeah, I think this is okay. I think the initial choice of color is fine. Now we just have to do the rest, do the other components now. So let's see. Dark blue color, for the tires. Okay. I'm just gonna paint this in. Ugh. Oh, having to do this. I'm such a peasant. I should hire someone to just do this for me. I think, like, as far as the rest, for the rest of the objects that aren't lit, I'm not gonna shade it. I'm just gonna give it like a gradient color and let it like be like all soft, because that's gonna help push the light to be very, a bit more. It's a star, right? It's a main star. So I think that's the plan. As far as what the rest of the lighting is gonna look like. Okay, so all these components, I'm gonna do dark. I'm gonna keep it darker. So this part's gonna be black. So is this part. And then we can do like an under lighting from below, because like the light is hitting the floor really hard, and then it's gonna bounce off top, and you're gonna get some nice under lighting that's gonna be really soft, really nice, very gentle. Color coming through here. Okay, once I have all the main colors in, I'm going to show you a little secret on how you can make things seem a lot more detailed than it actually is. Okay, so just hold on. Just get all this in. All these values, all these base colors in. And then we'll do a secret technique. Just going to give this a little bit of light, because okay. See, anything that's gray. All right, cool. Handlebars. Handlebaru. Okay, so now I need variation in color and form. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to use a soft light layer. I'm either going to make it darker or lighter. So I'm just going to randomly choose things. Usually it has to be lighter. So I'm just going to go like that. I'm just going to make this part lighter. I'm going to make this part lighter. This part, whatever, you know, this part. Random components to be lighter than each other. So then you kind of get, so it's like a very subtle shift. Very subtle shift, but you see there's like sort of a little bit of difference in color now. Like the values, the hue is the same, so they're technically the same color or tone hue, basically the same hue. But then because you're adding a different value to it, you're changing the brightness. All of a sudden they look pretty different, but they're not all that different. You're just giving it. So here, for example, I can do this. All of a sudden it looks like a different component. So I can shift stuff in and out as I wish, as I see fit, and it will still look okay. It will still look complete, and it looks like they're a lot more complex now because I'm just giving it slight shifts in value, very slight shifts, right? So nothing too extreme, nothing super extreme, nothing too crazy, nothing that will break the design essentially. So it's literally just a soft light layer that you put on top and it makes one look. Yeah, random shapes, random. I'm literally not thinking about it. So it makes your design look so much more complete when you're doing this thing here. So I've started trying to compensate for the simplicity of the coloring by adding variations in value. And all you're doing is just giving the illusion of complexity when there isn't much. See, all of a sudden, looks not bad, right? Okay, next, give it like a nice soft lighting from underneath. So it's gonna be that here. It's gonna hit this. It's gonna hit this. It's gonna hit this here, here, here. That's it. That's it. Then I'm gonna erase the parts that don't actually touch the light. Voila. See that? See that lighting? Oh, this part. This part no good. Okay. And then maybe you can give it a little bit of darkness over here. So it looks like. Yep. There we go. Got 68K people, got 50%. What? Thought about this in one of your other streams. Great. Heard I struggle working as an art student, but your videos helped me through this year. So thank you. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. That makes me really happy. We're just gonna continue this process with like, well, basically, everything else. Rename this bike. And if I want to change stuff, I will change it later on. Okay, so let's keep going. We got the girl and main character. It's gonna be ooh, dark. There you go. Better. Let's see. I'm adjusting the. Yeah, it's better. Okay, cool. Now I want to give her brown hair? Brown is good. Shift it towards yellow a little bit. I'm gonna be really loose with this, by the way, guys. It's gonna be as loose. Eh. Such an anime thing, by the way, this thing. Like the fucking highlight in the hair that goes like that. That's so funny. That's funny. Actually, it's not bad. It's actually not bad. I just have to darken it a little bit and make it a little bit more brown. It's actually not bad. I actually think it's okay. I mean, I laugh at it, but like, the day, if it works, right? Something like that, that's fine. That's okay. Could you adjust the impression of detail now by just playing with soft light layer? Yes, absolutely. White. It's really funny people say white instead of white. It's white. Nah, that's too much. You know, giving her a choker for like contemplating it for the longest time. Is that just me? Is that just a wish fulfillment thing? I've always wished that I could wear a choker. What is that to do with visual library and other drawings everywhere? Look at cars, look at bikes, look at helicopters, look at planes, look at everything. Look at doors, look at lamps, hinges. Look at your own drawer. Really good. It's a really good reference for Max. Use anything as reference. I don't like that shirt. I think plain white is fine. It's alright. I think it's cool. Alright, let's fix the let's do the floor, because the floor is definitely a different color from the okay, cool. Let's see this one too. It's gonna be very monochromatic, so I'm just gonna do value adjustments with like hue and saturation. You just get some color variation in there. So that's the good part about monochromatic drawings. You get to get away with a lot of this stuff like that. See? Looking better already. Good, excellent. Muy excelente. What inspired you to become an artist? Don't know, just like drawing. Nobody really. I just like to draw and I draw. And then now I do art. Weird, right? Because I grew up as a kid drawing art all the time. Never not wanted to be an artist, basically. Always been like an art kid. Always been that guy. So I've never known not wanting to draw, basically. Like I've never known or like had any other goals aside from wanting to draw for a living. Yeah, it's odd. Theodore. Teal with too much contrast. I think this is fine. So I think the contrast should be here. So maybe the bike should be teal. I think teal is a nice color to contrast, complement the painting. So something like that would be really nice to have, uh, as opposed to this. I think it needs some sort of contrast to sort of boost. Yeah, therefore something like that. I think it's better because um, but of course you need to adjust it so it matches the color. So see, that's like a nice little color contrast here. So your eyes are goes to it a bit more as opposed to, and the back will keep it like relatively monochromatic, so that it doesn't fight for the attention too much. So I'm gonna do some more like, oh, this is weird, color shifting and stuff here and there. I'm gonna give a little bit more like color detail and else, you know. But yeah, I've always wanted to draw. Like basically, I can't see myself doing anything else because if I did, I would definitely do it because I make no money. So just FYI, if you want to be an artist, be prepared to make zero fucking money because oh boy, it does not pay well. Back to this thing, sunburst. Let's do the props now. Now that the main stars are sort of done, we can work with the props. The props. Let's see, it's gonna be a oh, too much. I think it's competing for attention, so uh I I feel like I should just keep it monochromatic or like more. Oh, you know what? I kind of have this urge to just make it really like light and airy and give it. Where's the blue color that I really like? I've been really into this shade of blue lately, and it's just kind of nice, isn't it? Now I'm thinking about it, it's very, very pleasant. It's very pleasant, and I am tempted to switch it to this. Okay, guys, what do you think? Tell me what you think. This or this? I think it's this. I think it's this. Uh, what do you make? Why not make a commission like how artists on Twitter always make a ton of profit? Almost $60. $60 is not a lot for an art piece. I make more money than that doing art, basically. Yeah, commercial art. I don't do commissions because I have too many other projects I'm working on, like commercial projects. So I just don't. I don't. I don't have the time, and B, I don't have a desire to do so because nobody can really afford my rates outside of like companies who are paying like proper money for like proper work. Yeah, that's basically it. Blue is best color, isn't it? It doesn't it look good? Doesn't it look nice? Oh man. Ah. Okay, listen, I'm not saying I don't like I get paid pretty okay for like what I do for my work. So yeah, man, it's weird, isn't it? Don't artists always like they charge so little on Twitter? Like when someone pays like $60 for an art, it's like, dude, that's not enough. You need to be making way more money than that, my dude. Like my guy, come on. Yeah. Blue is fresher, has a dusk mood to it. Yeah, I like it. I think it's nice. I think it's really fresh. It's right. It's very airy. It's very refreshing. It's like very oh, you know what I mean? And I think it sort of fits this mood a lot better than this. It's dramatic, but this is nice. I'm going with this one. Oh, yes. Look at that blue color. Look at that blue hue. The thing is, okay, so the reason it looks a lot more appealing is because like you get the yellow and the purple together. It's like a sort of a complementary color thing, and it just ends up working well with each other. So lovely stuff. It's really lovely. Great colors. Okay. Yeah, fucking Twitter artists, man. You guys are like commissioning stuff. Like you guys are charging way too low for like the amount of skill. Like, cause like I see people out there, and they're really fucking good. They're like really good, but they don't know what they're worth, man. You just gotta like, come on, dude. And it sucks cause like you can't. I hate to say it, but you can't ruining it for the rest of us. So like, can you please like if I see some fucking godlike artist who's like charging like $30 for like a headshot or like whatever, like $60, it's like okay, $100 even for like a full body character design for like D&D or something. Then it feels bad because like you are like, why would I then come to you, a decent artist, not saying you're bad, but like a decent artist, and then pay you $30 for like a D&D commission, like a character commission, and I can just pay an extra $60 and get this godlike person to do it. It's so fucked up, like how low artists on Twitter or like, I mean DeviantArt, yeah, of course, but like that's fucking DeviantArt. Artists on Twitter are like commissioning, like their rates are way too fucking low. If you pay $60, say you have, let's say rent is 60. Man, how much would a commission have to cost for you to pay? How much would a commission have to cost for you to be able to live off doing commissions alone? Um, like, say you're on, let's say you're monthly. But it's not even worth counting. It's probably some like a proper commission is probably worth, like if you want to properly commission an artist, if you want to work off like a, if you want to be steady and independent as an artist, you probably have to charge, I would say, somewhere close to $500 at least for a piece, or like $200, $300 for a piece at least, because that's a day's worth of work, or let's say a day and 2 days worth of work. That's $300. Yeah, that makes sense. What's the height and width of this drawing? Good question. It's probably 1080. It's 1080. I should have sized it up, by the way. I forgot to do that. I want to make this darker and yeah, we're very good. Yeah. All right, let's see. Maybe this should be like a really bright color because it's a motorcycle helmet in it. Okay, I'm gonna be loose, fast and loose. This this strikes me as a white kind of boombox. Because then you get like some 16 mad low. Yeah, tell me about it. Crazy how people think it's worth so little when so much time and effort goes into a piece. Yeah, yeah, there's no fucking way I charge $60 for this. Yeah. If I want to pick and choose these colors, I'm going to drop them in throughout this painting, like this part, for example. Because I don't want too many colors in like the background stuff. So it's just going to be here, here, here. I think I have a red somewhere that I can use, like this one here, for example. It's good. I can use this over here. So yeah, the idea is to not, like once you have like a good color palette, is to not deviate from it too much, because then you kind of get like sort of a pukey, like, you know, get color puke, which is like just have too many colors everywhere, and then like you don't, and it feels like out of control. So a good idea is to always be more restrained with your colors than not. So it's okay to use too few colors. It's not okay to use too many colors. With brown on the hair, I can use on the photo frame. That, right? So that gives me a lot more colors to work with. This is being creative about the colors that you choose and like where you take them from. And, it's difficult to pinpoint how much a price wants art because a fair amount of people want art and it be quality for cheap. Yeah, but in I don't know, I think you could use like a daily rate, the standard, like an hourly rate to count. So let's say you make 2,000, like let's say you make 3,000 a month. Let's say you want to make 3,000 a month. So you divide that by the number of working hours that you have. That's your hourly rate. That's what you should be charging someone. You have the fast rate of person take contextual cut to get client ready, please. To learn to balance conscious and commerce. Well, it depends on how much the client is willing to pay at the end of the day. So I mean, if you're good, you don't have to worry about all this stuff basically. It's just a matter of like, yeah, it's okay to worry about this stuff, but I think I'd rather worry and get, like, it seems insensitive to say, but like, I get plenty of jobs. Like, it's a shitty thing to say, but like, there's no competition basically. If you're good, you will always have jobs, and you always have people who pay really well because, you know, you're at that level where people are in demand of your skills. So it's like, you could price yourself out and you could do all this like math in like, and like, you know, be like, oh, my competition is charging this much for this thing. But at the end of the day, like, if you carve out a niche for yourself, not niche necessarily, but like, if you prove yourself worthy of like work, then you will always find work. Always, always, always find work. What's my favorite color so far? This purple. I've been really into this purple lately. I'm trying to use it more in my paintings, which is why I thought about it, because I was like, red really isn't working for me. What's a nice color that I can use? And I immediately thought about this one because I just like this color, you know, like so lately I don't really have like a favorite color in general, but it was like between this and like sage. I like sage a lot too. The color, it's such a nice like a shade. It's so like calming. Pastel colors have been like my shit for like the longest time. So yeah, lately I've been really into pastel colors. Either that or like bright orange, like nuclear orange. Let's say I have a favorite color. It changes depending on, yeah, it changes all the time, basically. When I find an interesting color or like its use case is really interesting, I immediately just gravitate to it and like I basically forget about everything, all the other colors. Like, I thought you liked this color. It's like, nope. It's like I thought you like bright colors. Nope, I'm a pastel guy now. I really like pastel colors. And then like 2 weeks later, I'm like, oh, bright colors are so bold and cool. Pastel colors are like for people who can't make a decision. It's like, didn't 2 weeks ago weren't you just talking about how you didn't like bright colors? Like, that was the old me. Hmm. Why am I having such a hard time with these boxes? Yeah, that's okay. less bright. It's not the main star of the show. This is the main star. Speaking of the main star, I think it needs to be a little bit more vibrant. So that's nice. See, that's like really, but wow. Table, this thing. Okay, so, oops, I have still have these to go. So again, I'm not gonna give it shading. I think I'm not gonna give it shading. Oh god, I don't say I think because I'm gonna change my mind. But instead, I'm just gonna do like a color like that. Yeah, that. Oh, I see. Okay, like that. So there, that's it. That's really it. That's all I'm gonna do. Same goes for the girl. I forgot about. And then I'm gonna do what I said, like her face. No, let me fill this in first. I'll pay a bit more attention to her, slightly more attention to her face, or like just her in general, and give it like the bounce light that I talked about. So it's gonna be very nice, very soft. Go like that. Right. A bit more like that. Ooh. Yeah, see the lighting? Look at that blue. Look at that. Ooh. One more time. One more time. Ugh, lovely. See that soft light on her face, just bouncing slightly, ever so slightly. It's gonna give a lot of depth to this piece. All right, very cool, very cool. The videos have inspired me to become a better artist. Thank you. You're very welcome. Get in the Mac. How do you feel about bubble tea? Oh, it's alright. You drink. I'm not crazy about it, but I I think it's okay. Boba is fine. Let's see. What was that? Did you guys hear that? Oh, subscribe. Hey, thank you for subscribing while I'm on here. That's I totally forgot I put that in. I actually completely forgot about that thing, that alert. Oh man. Well, thank you for subscribing, whoever it was. Like, yeah, that was very nice of you to do that. Well, thank you for reminding me of that alert. All right, so this part of oh, we do the jack first. We do the jack first, and then we'll do that part which I was talking about. Okay, so let's fill this in. Same thing, we're gonna fill it in. And then we're gonna all right, thanks, Abdul. Okay, cool. Let's see. red. I guess red is a nice color. Maybe it should be this color. Yeah, it's this color for sure. For sure it's this color. Because then it's the same as the bike, right? And just tone this red. Red. I love your art. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Very nice of you. Alright, so here go. Okay, that's it. And then I'm just gonna do that whole thing with the lighting again. Basically, I'm just using gradients, and I'm just gonna drag it like that. Because gradients are a really quick way to solve all my issues. Not my relationship issues, but like art issues. It's good. I wish I could use that. Like my interpersonal relationships. Life would be a lot easier if I could just gradient tool all that. Alas, it's not so simple. Okay, so I need to fix this color because when I hue shifted it, I kind of shifted everything. So I need to fix the color of the soft light here. As well as this one. Okay, that's better. It looks a lot better, cleaner. Great. Okay, so this foreground area, I'm going to actually separate the line art out. Because remember how I said I wanted to do some depth of field thing? Well, I'm gonna do it now. So I'm gonna show you what that's about. Okay, so it's gonna go up here. I'm gonna call this, oh, I'm gonna call this FG foreground. Same for this. I'm gonna call it foreground backup because I might fuck it up. I might mess this up. What we say are the hardest colors to work with? They aren't really, colors themselves aren't hard to work with. It's when your values are messed up is when it gets difficult. So if it looks good in black and white, like I said, technically you could use any color and they will still play nice. As long as the values are correct, you don't really have to worry about the colors too much. So as far as colors, I wouldn't say it's hard, but values, those are hard, like getting the right lightness and darkness and things like that. That's the real hard part of like drawing, I guess, or like painting. So I'll give you an example. For example, a really hard one to do is diffuse top lighting. So like think of like a really cloudy overcast day. That's really hard to do, to be honest, because like there isn't a harsh light to determine your forms. It's just like a really soft light and it doesn't hide anything, and you have to, it exposes everything equally, so it kind of looks really flat. So if you look at like a cloudy day photograph, you basically notice that there are no shadows and you're like, fuck, what do I do now? Like I can't paint shadows in because that's not realistic. So I sort of to do other like things to sort of indicate form and lighting and mood. This is really tough, I think. So for me, although I do like it because like it's my favorite type of lighting, but it's the hardest to do, I think. Okay, so this is my color. I'm gonna call it FG. I'm gonna merge it down, and then now, so this is okay, I'm gonna merge this and I'm gonna blur it. I'm gonna give it, let's see. Oops. I'm gonna blur it. I'm gonna give it like a little blur. And I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. See, so now you get like that. So now you have that filmic effect, right? It looks like a camera. There's focus and there's like depth. There's all that kind of stuff, which is great. That's very good. That's what we're looking for. So now I kind of want to change this part a little bit. Make sure that this is correct. Okay, so that's that. Last piece, last little bitty bit. Okay, so that's that. Lovely. I think this part is a little bit too bright, so this stuff, I'll turn it down a little bit. Yeah, it's better. Ooh, it's actually the same color as no. There you go. So that's that area of contrast. Way too much. Way too much contrast. So I'm just gonna tone it down a little bit so the brightest part is still over here. Next up is the fun. Now this is where the fun begins. Is I'm going to do some toning on the line art. So go with like an orange color, the under color like that. I'm gonna go at that. And areas where I think it's light. That. So get that blue effect. Very good. And then let's see. I want to give a little bit more shadows to parts. And how did you decide your art style and to try experimenting? Oh, all the time. I don't think I normally draw this way either. I don't think this is my style per se. I don't have an art style. I just draw whatever I think it looks nice. Yeah. It's weird, right? To think that you don't have a style. But I don't. I really don't. At least I don't know what my style is. I honestly have no idea. I just draw good, and if it's good, it's good. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not super worried about art style or like having a distinct style. However, I want to say I don't know. However, I had friends who, when they look at my art, know it's mine. Weird, because I've never thought of myself as a person who had a particularly distinct or strong style per se. I've always just drawn whatever I thought looked nice, and if it looked nice, then great. If it like, I wasn't very aware, or I didn't care too much about um what style it was. So it was kind of a surprise to me that uh I've had friends who said, "Oh, this drawing is so you," and I'm like, "What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean?" Like, I don't know what you mean. So yeah, that's it is really but there's like, oh yeah, you just draw it in a certain way that looks like your drawings. I'm like, okay, that's do you know how little that helped? But yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that like I do have a style. I just don't know what it is. I cannot for the life of you tell me how I decided on a style or whatever. I just drew, and then like it ended up looking this way. Yeah, that's a very long way to say I don't know, basically. Alright, so I just needed a little bit more like shadow paint because it looked like the bike was sort of like floating in air, or like wasn't planted in space, which is a no, absolute no. So I just needed a little bit more shadow that's like very subtle, just to place it in space, give it a little bit more weight. But other than that, I think the piece is almost done. We just have to tone it a little bit. Just have to do some color grading. So that, right? So I'm just gonna darken this part. Let's use some Nautica instead. Okay. So I just need to darken some parts and just make it like focus the area a little bit, to center a bit more. Like that. I think it's a little bit too purple now. A little bit too do you have tips on indents and drawing shapes? Because in your video I see you draw them different. I'm not really sure what you mean, but as long as you understand the basic form behind everything, like a cube and a cylinder, and then you just mix them in weird ways, it shouldn't be an issue. I think your thought on answer is important for people to know. They say growing art without limiting one's method. Yeah, just draw basically. Just don't think about it too much. Like it's okay to think about it, but don't stress yourself out. Try not to stress yourself out about stuff. Just try and do the best you can, and you know, then and I guess it'll work itself out somehow. Okay, so next up, some lighting. Okay. Yeah. Too much, too much. There we go. And like it's bloom here. Oh, oh. So I want the light to be like really gloomy, really romantic, very like soft. So that's a good way to do that, right? See, soft, very nice, nice lighting. The bike needs some. Okay. Well, also the walls. I said I was gonna do a nice under lighting. So let's click on the walls, select the walls, and we're gonna do it now. Mm, there you go. See? So now you have this nice lighting that comes from below. It bounces and it goes up onto the things, and it looks really nice. Okay. Let's see what else. Yeah, I mean, I could just keep working on it and just keep doing like uh, because I want that light. Okay, just gonna give it a little bit more variation in shadow here. I think it's fine to just give it a bit more form turn. I'm just gonna turn this form a bit more by giving it some darkness and some contrast. I think that's it. I think we are good here. That's fun. Oh, another thing. How do you figure out how to make your shadows look? Put more lighter shadow on the table or make the shadows lighter. I think it's understanding how light works. So if you understand that the light comes from, well, as far as lighter shadows and what, I think it's a matter of feeling, like how well lit like looking at exposure for cameras, like how cameras expose for lighting is really important. So as long as you study that, you're pretty much Gucci. Other than that, it's also like understanding where the light is coming from and how light works. The light's coming from here, super direct, super bright, 100%. It's gonna bounce, it's gonna go up this way, it's gonna go onto the walls like that. So technically, the light isn't reaching in here too much. It's actually coming from below. So let's say your light is like inverse square law, so it's about 10%. So it's going to 10%. So it's going to get lit from the bottom. It's going to be 10% dark light, to about 2% here, because that's just how light works. It's the inverse square law. So yeah, it's something like that, basically, just understanding how it's like ray tracing, but with your brain. Other than that, it's also about how cameras work, how exposure works. Some parts will be overexposed because the lighting is so bright. Some parts will be underexposed because, well, not in this case, but like, you know, depending on the camera, you know, you can set your exposure differently, like autofocus and stuff like that. So, or auto exposure like a phone. So as long as you understand how those things work, like all these decisions should come very naturally and very logically to you. Next, I want to try and tone it. Let's see what happens if I tone it a little bit. Oh, this is nice. It's very nice. But I kind of lose. I want to keep that blue, fresh feeling. Very bluish, very fresh feeling. I'm trying to find something. Oh, this looks nice. It looks like an old photograph. How cool is that? I think your friend man is that drawings like you. Sometimes what someone draws can say about you and what you like, but not always. Yeah, possibly. How cool is that? This is fun. Ah, I like this one. Okay, I found it. Tones might need to be a little bit bluer. Gonna turn this down. Yeah, nice, very nice. Okay, let's do a little bit more adjusting. Fade it out a little bit. Before, after, before, after. I like this. It's very good. I'm so happy with this one. Okay, well, I guess that's it for today. I'm going to go to bed. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. It was really fun. I had a really, really good time. I hope you did as well, because if not, I'm coming after you. I'm gonna hunt you down and make you like my art. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, so VODs, if you wanna, like, if you missed something, we'll keep it up for the next couple of days, and then it's gonna go unlisted, but it's gonna go in the playlist on the YouTube channel, on the channel. So just go to playlist, go to live, it's gonna be there. Because it's not gonna be listed in the main video section of the channel, because I want to keep that clean just for videos and videos alone. Other than that, got a really cool, exciting project coming up. Maybe I will announce that when we hit 69,000 followers, because haha, funny number. So $69,000 followers or subscribers. I mean, talk about the new project that I'm working on and do like a really cool like 69K follower stream type thing. That'd be fun to do. Other than that, if you haven't subscribed, what are you waiting for? Fucking subscribe now. Hit that button, because there's more good shit coming up soon. Like the video. Yeah, have a good day, guys. Good night. See ya.